exciting. Have to ask, how long have you played baseball?
Well, a lot of these kids have been playing since they're 5 as a team, and you know, started during the COVID season, and here we are now as 8-year-olds ready to take on the rest of the country. So.
Oh my goodness. So how does it feel to just compete in the World Series in Ocala? That's huge.
Yeah, it's exciting. The boys have worked hard for it, and they deserve everything they get. So we're excited to go down there and show that we can compete with people outside of just the Southeast region and compete against the rest of the country.
You know, just have to ask, after the win, yes, are you going to Disney World?
I don't know about Disney World, but we'll definitely find something to do to celebrate and reward the boys for sure.
Oh yeah, we have to ask, what is next for after the season?
There's no rest for the weary. There's about a 2-week break, and then we'll start back up with recreational baseball at Fort Caroline. So.
All right, that sounds good. Now, I know everybody at home, you can't see it, but behind our cameras, oh, well, there you go. We see lots of parents. We see families. Everyone is here supporting. You know, Coach, how important is it to have this support from the families? It means so much.
It's critical. We couldn't have done it without the families' support and just their, you know, it's a year-round thing here in Florida, honestly. You know, there's no breaks. They've given up opportunities for family vacations and just family time to support their kids. And, you know, thankfully the kids have rewarded them as well by giving them opportunities to travel to faraway places like Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, and now Ocala, Florida. So.
And that is incredible. We know you guys have created some pretty special memories together on the road. What is something that you feel was one of the best memories yet that you guys have experienced together as a family?
Well, I mean, the win in Tennessee this past week was pretty special. I mean, that was something we hadn't had the opportunity to do yet up until now. And as 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds, you don't get the opportunity to go more than like the state level. So being able to win the Southeast region, just the opportunity now to say that we can go to the World Series and be World Series champs is something that we haven't had the opportunity to do before. And so we're appreciative for that.
You know, we have about a minute left. So how cool is it to see these guys just evolve from the players they started into the players they are today? How cool is that to see as a coach?
Yeah, it makes it all worthwhile. I mean, I've got a great coaching staff alongside me, and you know, we put in a lot of effort with the kids. It's phenomenal watching them put in the effort every week. I mean, it's not just us; they have to put the work in, and they do it on a week in, week out basis. And watching them grow into not just great ball players, but great people as well. I know it's hard to say as little 8-year-olds, but they are growing. Their characters are growing, and you know, that's the other part of it. It's not just all baseball; it's about growing young men as well. So it's great to watch.
It says a lot about their discipline, and I'm sure they're inspiring so many of little kids that look just like them at home right now watching them. It's so incredible with what you guys have going on.
Hey guys, can you do us a real thing though? Just wave to the cameras, wave to our city, wave to our viewers. Thanks for being here, guys, and good luck.
Hey guys, welcome to another video trying the screen recording software using the Vimeo to try to do this. So I want to show you guys how I create thumbnails for the videos. So I just finished creating one here for Echo Show monitoring. So first of all, you've got to have some kind of creativity in your brain to be able to figure out what a nice logo would be that we could attract viewers with. So I'm going to actually create a thumbnail for this. So I'm going to go new file in Photoshop. It actually popped up on the other screen. I'm going to go 1280, actually 1920 by 1080. Let's do that again. Close, new file, 1920 by 1080. And there is our workspace there. So the first thing we want to do is figure out what kind of background we want to do. So why don't we just do a YouTube background? So let's call up YouTube here. And let's go to my channel. There's my channel. Let's get a screenshot. So I use Snagit to do screenshots. So I'm just going to grab a screenshot here of my channel and copy that into the Snagit editor. So it's now copied into the editor. I'm going to copy all of that into the buffer, go back to Photoshop here. Also got another video rendering in the other screen. We're in Photoshop now, so I'm going to paste that. But notice how it's not the right size for the thumbnail. I'm going to edit, transform, and scale that. Just scale it up a little bit and center it here. If I would have captured the whole screen, it would have been exactly the right size. But you got to remember that these screens also overscan. So you're going to miss out on the edges if you take everything all the way to the edge here. So you always want to either use safe title so you know, or just shrink everything down a slight bit. Let's see if I can get my camera back up here. Let's see. Trying to figure out how to do that now. Let's see. All right, well, I messed all that up, so it stopped the recording, but I'm going to start again from there. I guess I can't show the camera at the same time as the Photoshop. So I have my Supercar Street Racing page here. Now, one thing you got to remember is that your fonts are going to need to show up on top of this, and this is really busy. So I am actually going to, first of all, merge this down. So this is just not a layer. So I'm going to layer, merge down. So now this is just one layer you can see right here. Now I'm going to image, let's see, adjustments, brightness, contrast. I'm going to wash this out with the brightness contrast tool. So I'm going to bring the brightness down in the contrast. Actually, that's not what I want to do at all. Let's see. Forgot how I used to do this. Maybe I can do it with levels. Pretty sure I used to use brightness contrast and try it again. That doesn't work that well with this. Doesn't work great with a web page. It works better with a an actual picture. So I'm going to undo merge down, and then I'm just going to go back into this layer style here, which popped up on the other screen, and I'm going to do it this way. So I'm going to do a color overlay, and then I'm going to bring the opacity down. And it didn't work either. Let's see. I'm kind of just playing with it now because that should work. Cover overlay, color overlay. Actually, we can do it this way. Let's merge that. And now let's copy this part here, this gray. Copy that, and now let's undo the merge. Let's see if it'll let me work like that. Okay, so now I've got this other layer, and I can adjust the transparency on it. So I'll go into the layer styles. I'll bring the transparency down. Now see how that washed out the background? It'll actually allow you to see a lot better the text on top of it. And I'm also going to scale this up a little bit, transform. I'm going to do scale. And just literally do the whole entire picture. And then I'm going to merge that down so it becomes one. Actually, you got to stick it first. And then I'm going to merge down. So now this is one solid picture. Oh, let's do merge visible. Or flatten, works the same way. Nice, it's just a background. Now we're good to put text on it. So let's go back into our flaming text, which I use greatly. Now, it doesn't matter which logo we use here. I love these because you can download PNGs, which are transparent backgrounds. So I'm just kind of looking to see here what is available. And let's just pick one for the actual, you know, the text. How about Text Central? Let's see what that's about. So it's okay. It's kind of hard to read. Let's go back and try another one. What about Horizon? Let's see what that is. Horizon's pretty cool. It shows you other ones at the bottom here, but the first thing we're going to do is just change the text. Create YouTube thumbnails. And then this is how you can change the gradient, the outline, shadow. I always use drop. Now here's an important one. We're going to do transparent background because we want this to be a PNG, which works easily with Photoshop. You see how it changed to a PNG there. Then you go to image and you can change the file format and the crop. Click next. Click download. It wants you to buy it, but you don't have to. Now we'll show it in folder. Okay, so it is right there in the folder. I'm going to slide this over for a minute and bring Photoshop back up. All right, so I'm going to slide this back over to Photoshop here, this downloaded logo. Notice how it comes up with a kind of a cape, like a wireframe. If you hit enter, notice how we have our logo now. Now if we go to edit, free transform, we can just pull this around and do whatever we want to with it. And you see how it's easier to read now. And remember, don't go edge to edge because of safe titles. They'll be out of the viewing area of the thumbnail. Now, when we're ready to place this, we can just hit enter. And then we probably want some more text up here. Let's go for a YouTube logo. That's always fun. So let's search for one. Now, when we search for logos, it's easiest to search for YouTube for a PNG logo. So let's say YouTube logo PNG. And then you have to actually find one. So click images. We need an actual PNG. So if we visit this page, let's see if we can actually download this. Some sites want you to pay. If you find those, just go somewhere else. So it wants us to close an ad in order to do this. And then it wants us to capture. And it downloaded. Okay, so let's see if it's in my download folder over here. It is. So I'm going to pull Photoshop back up here. I'm going to drag over our newly downloaded YouTube logo. Now, if it's a PNG, you can resize it and you don't lose quality. See how we can now drag it around? And notice how it doesn't have drop shadow or anything. If we double click the layer over here, tried it like 15 times. There's our layer style. We go drop shadow. Notice how it added a drop shadow. Once you're in drop shadow, you can adjust the opacity, the direction, and the spread and the size. It's a little big, so I'm going to actually go to edit, free transform, and then I can pull it wherever I want. I can drag the corners, hit enter. I'm going to put it about right there, and I'm going to do one more font. Let's go back to our flaming text here. Where is it? Right there. Go to choose logo. Let's see what Web 2.0 is. Nothing I see there I like. Let's go back to the flaming text site at the beginning. Go to the bottom. Let's go a couple pages down. I've used some of these before. Let's go one more page. Oh, it's a Google copy. Let's use that one. How about this? So again, we just change the text. Go to shadow, make sure drop shadow's on, background transparent. Next. And download. Now it is on the folder in the other screen. So I'm just waiting for that to finish. I'm rendering at the same time, so that's causing some slowdown. Okay, so I have that logo, so I'm going to go back to our Photoshop, drag that in, put it about right there. I'm going to rotate it, hit enter, and there you go. There is our thumbnail for this video. We're going to go ahead and save it. Actually, you can save the project first. So I'm going to go to my E drive where I haven't started the project yet. I'm going to go to raw video, create a folder, create YouTube thumbnail. It's easy. We can actually save the PSD file so we can come back and edit that. Once we merge it into a JPEG, we can't do that anymore. YouTube thumbs. So to save the project, now I'm going to save it as a JPEG so that we can upload it to YouTube. So I'm going to merge it. Actually, what it's doing there, it's still saving, I guess. I'm going to flatten the image so now there's no more layers. Now I'm going to save as. I'm going to save that into the same folder. But this time I'm going to drop this down and go to JPEG, hit save. It pulls up a box that says what quality. We're going to do maximum quality, and there. So that's it, my friends. That is how you do thumbnails for YouTube. I hope you enjoyed. I'll have some more tutorials about Premiere and things like that coming out. But it's been Supercar Street Racing. Hope you like this video.
All right, welcome to Supercar Street Racing. After a nice false start on this video, due to some problems with the exposure level, we are back with a product provided to us from Jukebox, I believe is how you pronounce it. And this is their ergonomic mouse pad. They invited us to test and let you know how we like it. So what we're going to do today is get this thing unboxed, or should we say unpackaged in this case, and then we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to actually take this into the SCSR 4K studio and edit a whole video using it, and then get back to you guys after that point and tell you how I felt about it, if my hand felt anything weird, or if it was more comfortable than not having one, because I currently do not have one. So that's the plan. Let's get busy. All right, guys, we got the Jukebox mouse pad in front of me, and that is from an Amazon seller that I will link in the description. They were so gracious to have provided us with this mouse pad. It is the ergonomic mouse pad, and it comes in different colors as well. Some cool options, which we will show you later. But for right now, what we're going to do is go ahead and unbag this thing and tell you how it feels initially before we run out to the studio and start editing. All right, so it did come with this nice peel sat on the back, which is going to be a good short. So yeah, it comes out of the package looking like this with a plastic bit of protection on the back, which we're going to peel off right now, I believe. Let's see. We're going to do a short real quick with this, and we will be back. This tiny little guitar is chilling next to this thing that looks like a guitar, but it's actually a mouse pad. We got a guitar right here. We got a thing that looks like a guitar, and we got the peel sat. Oh, you love the peel sat. It's so good. And we just got glued on while we were trying to do it, a short, and it messed everything up. All right, and so right out of the box here, you see there is a place for you to put your hand right here, and it's supposed to support your wrist better so that you don't get carpal tunnel syndrome. So you just put your wrist like this when you edit, and yes, we have the tiny guitar that kind of looks like this upside down, and we were showing that on our peel satisfaction video, which you can see on my shorts here. Now the very next step, just out of the box, it does have good quality. This is a kind of a sticky back, so what it does is it allows it to stick to the desk without moving. So it's kind of nice that way. After you peel that off, it has just a little bit of stickiness on the back. So let's get this thing out to the SCSR studios now. What I'm gonna do out there is take another hard look at this, put it in place of the SCSR mouse pad, and then go ahead and edit an entire video with this mouse pad. So why don't you guys come on along? We're gonna head on out to the studio, and once we do, we will get busy. Already hot. But it's not hot in here. The AC is on 68, 70. Nice and cool. Oh, I forgot the mouse pad.
Got him!
Dang it.
Got him! Oh!
Out in the Supercar Street Racing studio, and I did remember this time to bring the mouse pad. So here's the mouse pad that we're going to be temporarily using. So let's take the Supercar Street Racing branded mouse pad out and go ahead and place that over here to the side, and go ahead and get our new mouse pad right here, and we will edit on this and see if we like the way it feels on our wrist. So we're going to give you a top view while I'm editing, and we'll stop down a few times during the video. So let's get busy. Hey guys, welcome back to the studio today. You got Brad here from Supercar Street Racing. And today we have been provided with this Jukebox ergonomic mouse pad from the manufacturer to go ahead and test out for you guys and see how much we like it. Now, first of all, we have been editing with this ergonomic mouse pad now for about 5 hours. And so we'll update you guys on that and how it felt here after we talk about the actual mouse pad. Now, taking a look at the very top here, you see it has memory foam. And if we go down to the other pictures, it says that it has a 15-degree slope, and it says it has a 15-degree slope to decrease wrist pain. And now I do know somebody that just had carpal tunnel surgery because of this issue. Right there at the next picture, you see that they call this the massage bump, which is the part that you lay your wrist on right there. And then it says it has breathable memory foam for long-term use without deformation or collapsing. And then the next picture here, you can see it is made of Lycra fabric, and it has a, I don't know what PU means, but it's a PU base. And basically what that means is the bottom of it is kind of a sticky base. When you stick it on the desk, it does not move at all. And right here you got the dimensions. So the mouse pad is 8 inches by 12 inches, and it is a 1.2 height mouse pad. Right here you can see a picture of it sitting right next to what looks like a Mac keyboard and a Mac monitor. Now this thing has 31 ratings and it is sitting at a 4.4 stars. Let's look at the different colors. I have the black one right here in front of me and I have been using this all day long. And let's see what other colors they have. So they have this one with flowers on it if you like that. Blow that up for you guys. They've got this one with space on it, which is pretty cool. I think I would have liked that one. Maybe they'll send me one. And then they've got this one with a bunch of pink waves and stuff on it. Now looking at the about this item, it says this has a natural and comfortable posture for your wrist, a massage bump design that can relieve your wrist pain and fatigue and improve carpal tunnel syndrome. I think they mean prevent. You don't want to improve your carpal tunnel syndrome, you want to prevent it. It says it's made of superior material, made with silky, breathable lycra, abrasion resistant, piling free, comfortable to touch, and filled with raised memory foam with good resilience, durable and not easily deformed. And I agree, after using it, it does bounce back with the memory foam inside. Anti-slip PU base, what they're talking about here is what we went over a few minutes ago. It's kind of a sticky base here. When you stick it on the desktop, it will not slide off. It says it's the optimal size. It is 12 by 8 by 1/2 inch, comfortable size, perfect for anyone left or right-handed. It doesn't matter. It's ambidextrous and it has a smooth surface and accurate positioning, and I will agree with that. I did feel like it was accurate and the mouse worked very well on the mouse pad. So they guarantee you quality assurance and that they sell high quality products, and they have a 1-year free replacement service on the mouse pad. Now there are some other options you could go with, but I have personally used this one all day and I can definitely say I was impressed with it, and I am going to continue using it. So I'm going to keep this on top of the Supercar Street Racing mouse pad because I am higher than the desk. And when I'm up higher, this allows my hand to rest nicely. My wrist will rest nicely on the wrist pad, and my hand will be a little bit higher up towards my body. Now let's take a look at some of the reviews here. It is sitting at 4.4. It says comfortable mouse pad. This one says it is comfortable. It says this is a lifesaver, which is a great review. This one says it's beautiful and comfy. Big help for aging folks, and it says I like it, and also shows a picture of it right here. Got a few more 5-star reviews. This one was a review from a Vine, so it must have been done for free, it says. Customer review of a free product. And let's take a look at some of the lower reviews just so we can see what people are thinking. Had such a terrible smell. I can't smell, so I have no idea if that is the case. That is the only 1-star review I see. The 2 stars are not there. 3 stars are not there, even though it says 8%. And there is 1 4-star review. They like the pattern, but they didn't like the mouse pad. For me, it doesn't feel like they described. I don't have the feeling that it's falling off the desk. It is a bit more restrictive than my Supercar Street Racing custom mouse pad because it is way smaller. The SCSR mouse pad is huge. Take a look at the Supercar Street Racing mouse pad and you can see the difference from that and the ergonomic GJJU mouse pad. Now guys, I have the channel content up right here in front of me, and I just want to thank you guys so much for the support and for liking and subscribing. Please like and subscribe when you watch my videos. And we are doing so well. We just had a video do over 100,000 views. This video about my outdoor sconces is sitting at 137,000 views, and I could not do that without you guys. And when you are going to buy products for yourself, please go to our affiliate links in any video. It doesn't have to be the product that you need, but if you click through it and you do purchase it, I get a commission from the Amazon affiliates program. So go ahead and like and subscribe while you have a minute for me. Then go into the description of the video and go ahead and click and buy a product through our affiliate links. Guys, thank you so much for watching today and being a supporter of Supercar Street Racing. But we got to get out of here. We got so much work to do. We have a big project being edited tomorrow for you that you're going to enjoy. I know you're going to like it, and I'm looking forward to getting it out there. We'll see you guys later. Got my multi-tool.
We're gonna have to do a little bit more cutting.
Down to overheat, initiated. Looks like some beast. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is Supercar Street Racing. We're out here in the garage. We have Joe's golf cart here, Dukes of Duval, and today is the second part of our battery installation video for the lithium-ion Mousesaur 48 volt 105 amp hour battery. So in the last video, you did see that we got everything out of the golf cart. We weighed the battery, 63 pounds of savings per battery compared to the new battery of what, 105 pounds?
Yep.
All right, so the next thing we have to do here is prep this golf cart engine bay or motor bay, whatever, for the new battery. And part of the problem we have, there is a spine sticking up that runs right between the 50% line here. So what is our plan to get rid of this thing here?
Yep, so we'll obviously have to get in here. We want to do a little bit of measuring, make sure everything kind of marries up to what we want. We don't want to make any cuts or do anything that we don't need to do, right? So I think that we're gonna have to do two things. One, we're gonna have to manage the battery to be able to be seated in here, to sit flush, to sit level.
Right.
And then we also gonna have to manage the wires to make sure that we have an opportunity to have the wires that you cannot avoid that run from the front of the compartment bay to the back to the controller area itself. So we'll have to manage that. We'll figure that out. But I think in the prior one that we did, pretty easy for the most part. You got to work with a little bit, but easy enough. So the plan, obviously, I think is going to try to center this battery up.
Okay.
Maybe we may shift it all to one side, which may be better for mounting all this other stuff that we want.
We could do that. We could go to one side and make more room on one single side for other things.
Correct. Yep. So we'll have to play with a little bit. So there is a little bit of engineering, we'll call it, to get it to fit in there. But again, you know, these are fairly universal. There are some things depending on your golf cart that you may have to do that's different than the rest, but nothing that most people can't manage to with a couple simple tools.
Well, we're gonna go ahead and get my Dremel out, I think, because I have some sanding discs, so they're the flat discs. So we're gonna go ahead and try to maybe take the flat disc and cut all the way down the bottom of that and go ahead and remove that part. And then we'll see how it looks either one side or the other. But one thing we have to take into account is we do have a power switch. We do have cabling that runs from the side, and we do have the positive and negative cables. So we can't put it all the way until we have our things hooked up and see what if we have any cables that are sticking out, because we do have some battery management stuff and some display stuff that has a little bit of a edge on it. So what do you say we go ahead and grab the Dremel, go ahead and get the vacuum cleaner too, because we talked about cleaning this bay out completely. Got the shop back here, so let's get to work and get this cleaned out.
Sounds good. Let's do it. All right, so looking at this, you know, just a couple quick measurements, taking a visual of it. We're gonna have to do a little bit more cutting, but I think we got the right tool to make pretty fast work of this. So again, we have this ridge. We got a couple of little nodules that stick out here that I think are gonna have to come out. We're gonna cut it right flush to this here, so this thing sits directly on a nice flat surface all the way across, and I think we're gonna be pretty good. So I have this oscillating tool right here. Should make pretty good work of it. It's not gonna be perfect, but again, it's not the end of the world if you have a couple of cuts that don't look good, because it'll be covered up by the battery. You're not gonna lose any rigidity. It's not gonna screw anything up. There's no wires that run through any of this. So if you have the same golf cart setup, you should be pretty good.
Okay, Joe's about to start cutting the plastic here. We got a couple of cameras rolling here so we can see the process. And what I'm gonna do here is hold all of this aside while he goes ahead and cuts. Let's go for it.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and do these. Yeah, so leave that because that's for my converter.
Okay.
We might have to redo that a little bit, so we'll figure that out.
Redoing like almost everything.
Yeah, and we'll just clean this out and then go from there.
All right, we're out here at the street and we're about to kind of brush down the engine compartment, motor bay with Dawn and water and try to keep it off of the solenoid and controller while we do that. And Joe went ahead and ripped out the old stereo system, which is sitting up here on top. That's all coming out, so that'll be clean again. And then the new dash has a spot for a new DIN radio or whatever we decide to do. Maybe it's a tablet or maybe it's just a phone. And that wire is pretty much out now. That took like 5 seconds to delete. And now all we have to do is just grab the hose and we're gonna put some Dawn in there. We have a brush.
Yeah, busted the hell out of my finger.
I think that's a 15. Guys. Honestly, I'll put a good one in here while we're in there. That's so cheap.
So there's no numbers on it at all.
I'm gonna talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna order the right one right now.
Okay, we're back in the garage now, and you guys saw we just cleaned out the bay here, and the bay is actually in really good condition. We got a lot of this goop out with Dawn and a brush. We followed it up with a couple of rags, and now we just pulled the voltage reducer out. 25 amp voltage reducer.
So I'm gonna buy another one right now.
right.
We're bumping it up because we're putting a big system on here. So
Yep. So we got to get something bigger for the big system, and we'll have to run bigger wiring as well. So Amazon has a bunch of voltage reducers. I have one on my cart. I think mine's 60 amp. So you want to buy one that has enough for not only for your amp, but also the rest of your accessories. So you got to run your lights, you got to run your... So Joe's ordering a new voltage reducer to go from 48 volts down to 12 with enough current and watts to work the entire sound system, which is going to be dependent on what he orders for his amplifier. But I'm guessing we'll probably end up with a 5-channel amplifier so we can run 4 speakers and a sub. Okay, we're back out here in front of the cart and we've made some progress. We actually got a lot of the plastic cut out here. We cleaned the bottom of the cart, and then now what is the current status of this? I see a bunch of cut stuff.
Yep.
But what happened?
Well, so as we suspected, we knew we would have to clear out some of the plastic for it to sit level. We had a couple of other little spots that we needed to do some additional cutting here and here.
Yeah.
We haven't fit it back in yet, but we're pretty confident that it's going to slide back in there, right? Which is good. One of the other things really great that we figured out is that I was concerned that the battery link was going to put these wires in play. but the battery itself is going to fit in here perfectly. Not leave us much room right here for us to bolt it down this side. We'll figure something out, some way to get it bolted down, even if we just put 1 or 2 bolts in there.
Okay.
But it looks like it's going to literally sit flush, and it's going to literally sit right here where these wires can all remain intact and just off to the side with our connectors that are going to be on this side. Like just perfectly, just fits perfectly, which is great.
And the great thing is also, if we wanted to do an amplifier rack right here, we could literally have this entire side to do an amp rack. We could do like your new voltage reducer, your new fuse panel, and your new amp all over here, and it would be not cooped up here like the other one was.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we decided to do was we're putting in a new radio, so we're going to upgrade some of the things. So the nice thing is that with everything over here, again, like Brad says, it's going to give us plenty of opportunity to mount stuff over here. So the charger will likely go here or go here. We'll put the reducer, the inverter will go on here, which would be good. And then we'll even have room for other stuff here if we want to keep stuff in here, maybe an extension cord or whatever it may be, but it's going to work out perfect. So one of the things we're going to work on now that comes with this is the new charging port. So the other thing we got to make a decision on is that this thing here is some sort of an indicator in regards to the voltage. From an eye perspective, I don't think it's necessary, to be honest with you, but I do see some people are adding them in and putting them down below. But I mean, with the Bluetooth technology and then having the thing mounted up front, I'm not sure that this may be something that we use. This may work for other people, you know. So
I kind of agree. I don't think it's necessary. Like, you all have 3 ways to measure your voltage. You don't really need an analog dial to tell you that your voltage is low, because you'll have that, you'll have your Bluetooth, and to be honest, I don't think you'll ever run it to 0 anyway, so you probably won't ever have that problem.
Nope.
Okay, what's next on the list?
We got to get this. Let's get this charging port connected.
All right, let's
get that done.
Yeah, that's the first port side, right?
Don't want to mount it here.
Nope.
All right, I think we stick, Brad, with here, unless we think we want to put the amp here, but I think we put that right here. I could put the inverter back here, right? And I could put the inverter and the fuse back here.
Yeah.
The amp could literally probably, if I put this up high enough, it could probably sit on the ground.
Straight down there. Yeah. We could do all the wiring down there on the ground, make it look nice.
Here.
Don't fit. Wrong one.
Really? No. Ain't no way. That's gotta fit, Brad.
Doesn't fit. Way bigger.
These nuts.
This one does though. So, all right, we're back out here with the hole saw, which is kind of tweaked a little bit to the right, but we're going to go ahead and try to cut a hole here.
All right, so let's talk about this. So what we've done is went ahead and installed the battery charger, which went in very easy, couple tap screws, nothing to it. So one of the things about this particular product is that I've seen in other instances where they supply manufacturer specific replacements for the charging port itself. This one does not. Maybe that's something that they're going to do in the future, or maybe they offered that we didn't see. I'm not too heavily concerned with it, to be honest with you. This is very straightforward to install. So all we're going to do is find an area that makes sense, kind of keep it relative to where it was before. We're going to drill a hole with the hole saw, and this will literally just fall right in. We'll put a couple Tapcon screws, and it's ready to go, and it's plug and play. Very easy.
Okay, where are we doing the hole?
Yep, so center this, and I want you go right here.
All right, you ready to center?
Yep, go. Look at that dang.
Crawling all over the place.
That is.
Are you serious?
These nuts. Got him. Got him.
Oh, it's way better, whatever you did. It's not wobbling now.
Keep going.
Is it through?
Yeah. All right, stop. Clear that out, and we'll go from the back side.
All right, we're back out here with Deuce Duval, and so he's going to go ahead and plug in his printer cable so he can print stuff. So he's going to turn up the, I guess it's called like the, what is it called?
Well, a couple things that we're gonna adjust. One,
Regen.
I'm gonna just adjust the regen, and then I'm gonna adjust the. It's got like a governor on it right now, and I'm gonna open that up.
Look at that blue thing, dude. All right, guys, we're about to throw this battery in because the next step requires the controller to be programmed, and we can't program the controller without power. So that means we have to connect the battery. What side do I go to? This thing's a beast, dude. All right, now we're gonna put the battery in.
Flush. The battery, after we did a couple little cuts in the plastic, literally fits in there perfect. The control for the runoff switch is able to still be usable, which is good. Having a little bit of difficulty figuring out how we're going to bolt the side down. So we'll figure something out for that. But I went ahead and connected it just to do a dry run. Connected it right up. As soon as I turn it on, I can hear my solenoid engage, which means that that's a good sign. Yeah. Turn the key on, and we're already sitting at 52.6 volts. So in theory, right now, this golf cart will run as it sits.
So did you connect the charger to the battery as well?
I did not. We just quickly connected it right now, just to check.
You still have to connect the charger.
Still got to connect the chargers, amongst other things. So this is just kind of a dry run. Okay. So all I wanted to do was get power to see if my controller would kind of come up on my laptop, and I'm hoping that it will. So that was kind of the biggest thing, but simultaneously, like, everything's as it is. It's supposed to be.
All right.
So cool. Let me see if it...
Check your laptop. All right, Joe's working on the software for the controller while I clean and vacuum the rest of the place.
Dude, come on, buddy.
Come on, dude. Yo, club car came with USB ports? All right, guys, we're back out in the garage with Dukes of Duval and his golf cart, and a lot of stuff happened since we talked to you guys last. One of the things that happened was I cleaned the entire dash. So I went in there and I got all of the dash cleaned with the Aerospace 303, which is the Denver zip code. Area code. And it looks so good. And then we also hooked up the display right there.
Very easy, super easy to do.
Tried to hook up the controller, but it's not responding on USB.
Correct, so we're gonna have to look at that.
We're gonna have to check that out later because he wants it programmed a different way. But if you can hear this right now, this thing is ripping so hard, and it went up 1% already, but it was 44% state of charge when we hooked it up. We mounted the charger there, and the little charge indicator there, it's flashing, the analog dial, and then his voltage meter right here. We got the cart completely reconnected, and it's really just time to, since we can't change the controller, all we can do is go rip this thing. So that's the next thing. We're gonna see if this thing actually works. What's up, everybody? Got the AOR day or R day or whatever it's called phone tripod, because the last one broke because it was so crappy. The minute you try to tighten up the little hinge that stops it from moving, it broke. So I'm trying not to show my address here, so bear with me while I open this package with one hand, because that's what this is actually for. So I can do this stuff for you guys without having to use one hand. So let's take a look at this guy right out of the package. Got the box within a box, and Man, it is really hard to open these things with one hand, but that's literally what this is for. All right, so, all right, well, I guess that's going back now. So part of it fell on the floor right here. Looks like the part that you mount your phone to. Looks like we got a pretty hefty tripod, which a lot of people complain because this was heavy when you want to just do selfies and stuff. But like, dude, if you get a cheap one, it's not going to be light. I mean, you're going to have issues with that. I had it. Mine was like 3 ounces. It broke the second I tightened up that right there. It couldn't handle the weight of the phone, so it immediately broke when I tried to put the phone on it. And here's the phone interface. So that screws on right here to the end of this guy. And then once that's tight, so I do mostly landscape stuff. So now the phone should be able to go, I'm just breaking everything today. Should be able to go right here somehow. I don't know how you open up this guy right here, but that needs to open up because I have a larger phone. So let me check that out and see how you do that, and I'll be right back. All right, got the tripod connected. It's pretty heavy, like a good amount of weight on this guy. And so you can see now that I'll be able to do some videos with you guys. And maybe I could probably also extend this so I can get a little bit farther out. But this is the first time I'll actually have a tripod that I can, and it's tricky because you have to look over here. If you look at the camera, it looks like you're looking away from the screen. But so this feels solid. It actually has a good amount of weight on it. So I feel comfortable like putting that out there. And it looks like, so this is in, you know, the camera's flipped around to the mode where it sees me. And I think that this will be no problem, like doing, you know, I like this thing a lot. So I'm going to flip it around now and do some other stuff and see if you guys like it. It's a habit. I look to the wrong side. The camera's right here. All right, so got the nice tripod now for the videos. So this is the packaging. Came with a remote Bluetooth starter button. Don't know how that works, but got some instructions here. All right, so step 1, pairing. Turn on the remote with the power switch located at the side. The blue LED light will flicker. All right, let's see. So we're supposed to turn this guy on. Let's see. Yep, okay, now what? Turn on your phone's Bluetooth settings and connect UB size. All right, let's try that. All right, got the remote paired. So now we have 2 settings here. We got an Android. So if you have iOS, you have a whole, like a different button, which is hilarious. Like you have to have an entirely different button. Let's see if it works. So we should stop in 1, 2, 3, stop. Yeah, so stop. No, but stop. All right, so I'm recording again. Here's the remote. I'm going to try to stop it. Negative. Okay, so it says step 2. I'll probably miss something. Okay, step 2. Open your phone's camera app. Press the button associated with your phone's operating system. If your camera does not respond, it may not be compatible. So I guess it's not compatible. So I guess I can't do this. A lot of people. Okay, Samsung. Go to camera settings, volume keys function, and choose record video. Open the native camera. Click the iOS button, not Android, and start the video. Click again to stop. Let's see. Okay, so that did stop it. I'm going to stop it again and try to start it. Wow. Okay, so the so the iOS button works on Android. So please tell me how that even is a thing. So there's the remote and the iOS button. 3, 2, 1. Yep. So the iOS button works on Android, which is freaking hilarious. I love it. So we do have the new remote, which I will post a link to in the description. It comes with a nice little thing here. It is beefy. I love that. Like, I'm not mad at you if you're going to produce a good product. I'm mad at you when you produce a product that's supposed to work and does not. This guy works with an S20 Ultra, which is heavy. It's holding the phone perfectly. There's absolutely no issues with this. And dude, I'm not mad at you. Good job. I'm going to have to give this a good review. So look, so I raise up, yeah, so I move it this way, no issues, it doesn't tilt, doesn't, and I'm literally holding this by the tripod, so I'm holding it by the legs. This is, okay, some people, I guess this would be annoying, like if you're doing selfie stuff. It's a little heavy, I'd say it's a couple pounds, but dude, I mean, work on your biceps, whatever. So, oh, this is so much better. And I'll be able to set this thing up and actually, you know, shoot myself doing products and things like that. So I think maybe tomorrow I'll be able to do a nice video. I've got one planned, so I'll probably shoot it with that. But there's the different tripods you can get. And so you can extend this guy pretty far, 62 inches. So you can do selfie stick. I don't think I'll ever do that. I think the maximum I need is like maybe what it is right now. I don't really do a lot of selfie stuff, and I think if I do, I think I'll set it up like a tripod and just sit back and do like a nice presentation with it. So I'm going to put a link to the description in the description for this guy, and I hope you guys try it if you're into using your camera for video. I mean, let's take it out here. Uh-oh. We might have a Karen showing up for Motorbike Boy. But yeah, this thing is awesome. That's what it looks like in Florida at 71 degrees. There's the beamer. Nice. I'm stoked. Now today, I actually ordered a video card, finally. So I've got a video card coming for editing, which I'm really happy about because I've been struggling with my existing machine. I haven't really had a decent graphics card to do video editing, so I ordered a Quadro, and that should be here any minute. So I'm stoked about that and doing a video about that and getting that installed, and I will see you guys in the next video. Check out this tripod though, it's bomb. Guys, what's up? We are in the Supercar Street Racing amazing sunroom, as you can see right now. You're back with Brad on Supercar Street Racing, and today we got something sitting somewhere close by that is super relevant for the channel, and I was so hyped up when I found it that I immediately ordered it, and it is going to be such a cool addition for us. I cannot wait to get this out of the box and show it to you guys. It's something I've been waiting for a while, and I finally got it. Let's dig in. Guys, we are in the supercar street racing sunroom right now. You can see outside, it is a beautiful but windy day in northern Florida. And here we are with a special project for the channel. Now, I've been trying to get something like this for the channel for a while, and I see other channels that have them, and I was so jealous. So I went ahead and pulled the trigger and bought a special treat. It is not sponsored. It doesn't mean it won't be sponsored in the future, but for right now, I paid full price for this object that is sitting so fresh and so fly right next to me in the box here. I couldn't think of a better place to show you this next product from Nporal than right next to this beautiful lamp in the Supercar Street Racing office. So let's take a look at our sponsor for today, Nporal. Nporal did send us some of their brand new rechargeable light bulbs. They are called the Nporal Blaze Max. And what we're gonna do today is take a quick look at these and get them out and set them up. Okay, the outside of the box on the Nporal Blaze Max, it says it is 5 times brighter and ideal for large spaces. So this is perfect if you have a big area you need to light up. They are remote controlled. They are USB and charging in the lamp. So the lamp can actually charge them. They have adjustable color and brightness, a touch control, a timing function, a premium battery, a E26 and E27 base, and they do come with a hook. So that way when you don't have anything to screw them in, you can still use your bulbs. On the side, it says, for the best control, just make sure the remote receiver faces the remote. If it's too bright, try dimming them down for a more relaxed glow, and for best experience, avoid using with other infrared devices nearby. That is, these are a infrared remote control device, not RF. This thing says it can light up 270 square feet, 7 hours on bright, perfect for any room, and it has a little portable hook inside as well. Let's get these out of the box. We do have a little user manual right here as well, and then you can see the actual hooks. They gave you multiple USB-C charging cables. Look at them go, one for each bulb. Way to go, Nporal. Then here is the bulb itself. We will get one of those unboxed and plugged into our lamp here shortly. And there is the remote control. You get a remote control for every single light. Way to go, Nporal, stepping it up. We're gonna go ahead and unscrew our Govee. We're gonna go ahead and screw in our Nporal. And it did come on, and it is a shade of bluish. I did push warm white on the remote and it turned warm white. That is a combination there, and then that is cool white. Now let's go for the brightness. There is 100% brightness. Okay, this is just with the Nporal bulb. Let's go ahead and turn on the warm white function. There it is. Let's go ahead and turn this off and see if it is charged enough to work without the base being inserted. It does work. So let's put one of these nifty hooks on the end of the Nporal and try it in a dark area. Now remember, you have to point it at the infrared receiver, and this is with the Nporal on and on full brightness. Now it may not be charged up all the way either, so it's still very bright. It lights up this whole entire closet. So very cool for like if you're going camping or something like that. Now let's take a look at this on Amazon. All right, we're right in front of the Nporal website here for Amazon, and it is called the Nporal must-haves online here, but they are called Nporal Blaze Max if you go to the actual box. Now, just remember these are compatible with hardwired fixtures. When you're using a hardwired lamp, the bulb is controlled by the switch, except you cannot use a dimmer switch on it. Now this stands out because this is an exceptionally bright bulb for a wireless bulb. So keep that in mind and buy one out of the link in the description. And thanks for supporting the channel. Let's get back to the video. Inconspicuously marked from Switzerland is a fire looking box right here that got kind of beat up, but hopefully it is fine. And our first mission is to figure out how to open this. And it looks like it's taped there. It got some tape on the sides as well. And looking inside the box, here is my order details. And right on top of the box right here, it says VESA Projects, which is the company that I did order this from. And inside some nice packing stuff. Nice label there for VESA Projects, I like it. And it did just come off without even ripping, so I will keep that. Nice packaging, great looking packaging. All right, let's get this thing right out of the box. First thing in the box we have here is a silver package. Let's see what is inside of that. This is a bunny rabbit of some kind. Don't know what that's about. This is a USB cable. Yes, we did get a Veeb sticker. We got some, looks like chocolates. That's really nice. Nice gifts from Veeb. And then inside the box a little bit further, we will see exactly what we have. We have a thank you card from Veeb Projects right there with a little URL there to go to set up your device. And then all the way inside we have our nice, there is what we bought. There is our device there. And if you're wondering what it is for, you will have to wait till I plug it in so I show you. It's about the right size that I was hoping for as well. And if we look on the back, all it does have is a USB. So this will require USB power from somewhere, just like that. So that is the device. Now let us go see exactly what happens when we plug this guy directly into power. Okay, we're in front of the Supercar Street Racing whole home audio system, and looking behind the WIM, we do see a USB port right there. It's the easiest way to see it is with the phone. You see right there, it's on the upper left. I'm gonna go ahead and provide power to this guy with that USB port. Okay, the first part of this equation is getting power to this object. We went ahead and did that right here in the back of my WIM, and now the next thing we have to do is make sure that we do have the setup on this going, and to do that we're supposed to access a web page on the phone. Okay, we are recording both on the phone and on the GoPro now, and this is the instructions for lighting up the object, the Veeb. So basically you just plug it into a USB port that has power. You go ahead and scan for Wi-Fi networks inside your phone, and you join the Wi-Fi network that says Veeb Projects. Once you do that, it takes a couple of minutes, but you have to, you might have to press log into the network if it pops up, but mine popped up after about a minute. I went ahead to that page, and then I will put in the information now. Basically, you manually type in your Wi-Fi network to it, and you manually type in your password. There is no drop down scan thing. You just do that. And that's all there is to connecting this guy to Wi-Fi. Okay guys, we did get our awesome YouTube subscriber counter, video counter, and view counter all done and connected up. And I noticed something really cool about this thing, and that is that it does keep the numbers even when you disconnect the power. Now part of this is already built into the screen. The part that says YouTube and the part with the red square is built into the screen already. That is not part of the graphic. The Supercar Street Racing, the numbers and the videos and the views are part of the counter that actually makes up the screen. Now I did think it might light up. It does not look like it lights up. That's fine too. It's got a, and there it is booting up actually. Now when it boots up for the first time, you will see it go through this little process here of doing this flashing. I thought something was wrong with it at first, and also a big deal if you get this is when you first connect this device, you will not see anything on the screen. Even when you power it up, you'll only see the red square and the YouTube logo on the screen. You will not see any graphics even while you're connecting it to Wi-Fi. Now this is initializing right now, and there it goes. It is fully initialized and up. And that part of the project is basically almost done. All right, guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing Studio A editing facility looking at the Veeb projects right here on Etsy. Let's go ahead and take a look at what they got. They got a lot of cool things, a lot of things like clock and more YouTube channel counters, a mechanical keyboard customizable thing, some Bitcoin ticker readers, a lot of really cool stuff like Dow Jones readers and everything like that. Show these guys your support. I'm hoping to work with them again in the future and maybe get another device for Studio A. I'm gonna go ahead and leave a nice review for their product right here as well. And I want to thank you guys for getting Supercar Street Racing up to 69,919 subscribers. We are being featured different places, which is bumping up our view counts and also our subscriber levels. And we really appreciate you guys tuning in and buying through our official product links. There will be a link to this Veeb Projects website down in the description. So go ahead and pick up a YouTube channel subscription counter if you need one. This is the one that I got right here. It is $273 plus tax and shipping. Came out to around, I think, $350 with shipping and tax and everything. Grab one while you can. They only have 3 of those left, I saw in stock when I checked. Thanks again for subscribing. I got to get out of here. I got to eat some chicken soup real quick. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. And today we are over at Dukes of Duval's house. Behind the camera, you can't see Patricia, but she's actually doing the videoing right now. And today we have a little project that we need to do to this 2021 Jeep Wrangler Sport. This is the 6-cylinder version, but the project works also on the 4-cylinder version. So what are we gonna be doing today? And how easy or hard is this for a normal everyday person to do?
Well, we're changing the auxiliary battery, which I wasn't familiar that they had auxiliary batteries.
Right, so it's on the passenger side wheel well, and basically the auxiliary battery is what powers the start-stop system. So when you get in the car and you stop at a light, it stops the car, it powers all the auxiliary while the alternator isn't charging the main battery. So that battery goes bad on a regular basis and it has to be replaced. So that's what we're gonna be doing today. So hang out and we'll just show you how to do it. All right, we're back on the channel today on Supercar Street Racing, and we're over at Dukes of Duval's house. We got the golf cart pulled out here into the driveway. We have some tools ready. We got the jack ready from the Jeep, and what are we going to do first? How are we going to get this started?
We're gonna jack it up.
Okay.
Simple as that, yeah.
We're going to jack the Jeep up first. We're going to take off the wheel, get into the fender liner, and now inside the fender liner there are these little button things, and you have to pop those out. So it works better if you have like a fork-like tool because they break easy. So you just pop those out, the fender liner comes straight out, battery is right inside there. So right here is the Jeep battery. This is the auxiliary battery, it's an AGM, and the model number is PS Aux 12 if you guys are looking for it. So she got this from Batteries Plus for 100 bucks. The dealer wanted $450 to change this out, which is asinine. So we're gonna put this in for her in about 20 minutes, so let's get going. All right, we're back here on the golf cart with the perpetual blinker on, and it never shuts off. And we have the stock Jeep jack here that we're gonna use to jack up the Jeep here. And then remember when you take the tire off though, always loosen the lug nuts first so that, you know, before you jack it up, because otherwise the wheel will spin. So first thing we gotta do here is just crack the lug nuts with this factory lug tool, and then we're gonna go ahead and jack up the Jeep here. And notice it's lifted also, so hopefully this little spin jack has enough juice to get this thing up high enough where we can get this wheel off. So let's get set up. What do you think? Yeah, Patricia's has an EC with an espresso martini here, and she's ready to supervise.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
Okay, so we got the front tire off, and in the process, basically this scissor jack is almost too low to get the front end off the ground, so we put a little chalk in there to do it. And when we did, you guys saw that it fell off of the scissor jack because it was my fault. I hit the jack with the jack stand. So we're not under the vehicle, so I'm not too worried about that, but this is sketchy.
It definitely was sketchy, but that's why we were putting the jacks underneath there, because we knew it was a little dangerous. And it actually worked. We were laughing about it because it's like, if it falls, it's gonna lay right on it, because it wasn't tall enough to hit all the way on the frame, but it worked out.
So now the jack stand's still there, ready to go. Underneath the fender well here, there are these little Christmas tree fender liner holders that we have to pop out, so we'll just, a lot of times they break, they're like...
Well, there is one bolt here.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
Okay.
2, that I can see.
All right, let's get underneath there with the camera and we'll start getting this thing taken apart. All right, well, these two weirdos drink sex-tinis, whatever they're called.
Espresso.
Espresso. Yeah, not sex espresso. We found the battery box. So if you go underneath the Jeep here, there's a battery box right there. That pulls out the batteries inside of that. We're gonna go ahead and get that out right now. And what do you think so far? How do you feel about this Jeep falling? Why are you backing up? All right, so how do you think this project's going so far? Is it good?
Y'all are doing a great job.
So the dealer wanted $450, right? All right, and the battery was $100, so she owes us $350.
So without all the setting up and like doing everything prepping, we're like, what, 8 minutes in?
Probably. The most thing was just getting the thing off the ground, and getting the tire off.
Exactly.
And my Jeep falling on your head.
And the Jeep almost crushing me,
And
but
shaking
other than that,
espresso martinis.
Yeah, shaking good. Yeah.
cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
All right, so we're underneath the Jeep fender liner now, and you can see the battery box right here. All right, guys, we got the battery box out. There's 3 bolts. There's 2 in the front, 1 in the back. It's gonna be kind of tough to get this thing back in. We'll probably have to do the front bolts first. We got the replacement battery right next to me right here from Batteries Plus, $100. So next thing is to take out the current battery by removing the negative terminal first and then the positive terminal. So all we need for this is probably, it looks like an 8. And I think I already have what I need right here, right now to get this battery out. So let's get to work. All right, we did wrap up this project on the Jeep. Put the new battery in, which we used the new hardware off the new battery. So we used the new screws and the new little retaining nuts on this. Got the wheel back on, I just have to tighten it up. Ah, I forgot to tighten the wheel before I put the tools back.
Got it!
All right, we got Joe in the car. Taking a drive. I noticed it was cutting out a little bit on high boost. I didn't see how much boost it was making though. Watching it while he films. We'll be watching that boost gauge. Of course, we got the school bus.
Ridiculous.
Pretty fast.
Yeah, I think so.
Feels really light.
It sounds absolutely impressive. The exhaust sounds
really good.
insane.
Joe's turn to drive.
Oh, that's that quick, huh? All right.
Got Joe. Oh shit, he did good.
Not bad.
Got Joe in the driver's seat now. Getting used to twin disc. And big turbo lag.
Wow, that's insane.
What do you think about it?
That's insane.
How's the handling?
Power. Oh, it's real stiff. It feels good. Everything's full tight.
Oh yeah, it pulls really hard.
Wow.
Just feels so light compared to the other car.
But that clutch grabs, man. It grabs.
It does. That's better. Damn. Oh my god. Can you imagine what 1,000 feels like? I mean,
How do you even get control of that thing is just like...
it just... That's only 600 or so. Like 650 maybe?
I've never driven a big turbo car like that, but to feel that turbo start to just get into it, and once it goes, it's just... Oh,
Super laggy, but when it hits, it's
Yeah.
like nothing.
there we go. Take it a second.
What's that? That's
Can you get that?
that's
60?
third. That's third. Fourth. All the way
Get
up.
back in. Just start to...
Swirly.
Oh, yeah, I love it. Oh,
Joe broke it already on the first drive.
didn't take me long, man.
We think we blew off a coupler somewhere, which is typical. It happened a lot on my old car. But let's see. Uh-oh.
That was bad.
No boost. All right, so very first day we had the car. Joe, my neighbor, broke it. He popped off that coupler right there underneath the turbo. Totally destroyed my car. Broke it. Right there. So now I got to get this back on, and I went to Home Depot and got a ratcheting wrench, and I'm going to try to get this coupler back on, and it's a pain in the royal freaking butt ass. Be right back. Okay, wow. That was terrible. I finally got this back on, and I'm going to show you how. I had to use a jack and a hammer to pry that mofo back in there, and I don't know if it's in there all the way, but I used a jack to push the pipe in as far as I possibly could, and then I tightened it down until I could not tighten it anymore. I mean, it is so tight. So we'll see if that holds. Meanwhile, I'd like to get that replaced with something a little bit better. But for now, that's going to have to do. And that fixes that issue for now until it pops off again. Hey, what's up guys? Supercar Street Racing here, headed out towards the pool. I'm going to show you guys exactly what's going on out here. And it is raining. Might put up the live video here shortly. So we are going to start this pool remodel here within the next 3 weeks or so. It is about a $35,000 pool remodel. So just so you guys know, this pool is a Marcite pool. So basically like a cement type of mix. And you're not going to be able to see it from here with all the leaves on top and everything. But basically the Marcite will get stained over the years of the chemicals. And eventually you have to resurface your pool. Well, now everyone is using things like PebbleTech and other aggregates that have like glass in them and things like that. So we are going to be going with a much higher quality surface on this. So they will be pulling all this surface off, and also the tile around the pool deck. I don't know if you can see it from here. It's raining, so I'm not going out. But that tile right there is coming out and going away in place of some really nice glass tile, which I will put up on the screen here at one point in this video. And then also this pool deck, as you can see here, is a material called Cool Deck, which does not get hot in the sun. But you see how it's coming up here? So it's been like that since I bought the house. So we are going to be putting down travertine on this whole entire pool deck. So this is the biggest expense of the project, is the travertine going all the way here, all the way around there, and then underneath my patio, all this will be travertine here. And then over here, they don't even know this yet, but I am going to have them extend out to there because we have no place to put the chairs in the afternoon when the sun is down over here. So probably get some concrete down there and some travertine laid right there, and then we'll have a place to move these chairs, because in the summertime these trees like to get right in the way of the light here when you're trying to tan. But yeah, it's really nice out right now. It's raining. I do have a work event later that's going to be pretty fun. I'm stoked about that. But yeah, so glass tile all around the edge of the pool, glass tile on the steps, and then travertine all here, and then cool decking on the pool deck is coming out, and travertine going in place. I think I just said that. And I don't know why this rotisserie chicken container is over here in the middle of nowhere. It's really strange. But anyway, guys, this is going to be part one. Part two will be shot tomorrow when the pavers guy comes and looks at everything. I will give you guys an update on how we're going to do all this after we figure it out ourselves. But the plan is that travertine will be laid on top of all of this stuff. And then when that's done, I think right here I'm going to do a built-in bar with a nice little fridge and a barbecue grill and all that in that little space right there, and ditch this standalone grill over here. But yeah, guys, so just wanted to give a quick little update, and I hope you guys enjoyed it, and we will talk to you guys tomorrow after we get the guys out here to look at everything again. In my hands right now in the Supercar Street Racing Studio A is the Hodo Auto Care Air Duster and Vacuum. Hodo reached out to Supercar Street Racing, see if we could go ahead and take a look at this with you guys, and I am excited. You know how I feel about car products. I love them. So we have this sitting in my hand right now, right from Hodo. We're gonna be opening that up today and trying it out on Rich's truck. Let's do that today. Let's get busy. We're back in the beautiful studio again. I don't know if you guys know, but this is Studio A at Supercar Street Racing. And what we do in here is we edit and shoot videos. I built this studio myself. If you haven't seen that on the videos, you can always go back and take a look and see how I built this entire studio. Almost everything I did all of the work on, so I'm pretty proud of that. But today we've got the Hodo Auto Care Air Duster and Vacuum that Hodo sent out to Supercar Street Racing to let you guys take a look at, and I'll be giving it away after the video is over with. This Hodo Auto Care Vacuum and Duster is pretty cool. It has a bunch of different attachments that go with it, which you can see right here on the screen up behind me. Now you can see up behind me as well, it's also useful for things like computer keyboard, so it isn't just limited to using in your vehicle, of course. This guy doesn't even weigh a pound. It weighs 0.78 of a pound. Very, very light, and it's only 6.4 inches up and down, as you can see right here in the picture. Now they're touting something called a 15,000 PA suction power. Serves as a double tool. It is a vacuum and also a blower. So you can blow out dust from all the areas in your car where dust gets stuck, kind of like an air compressor. Now, when you don't have any of the attachments on, this thing is very small and easy to store. You can see it right there on the screen. It's very convenient. It's a 4-in-1 device. There's some tips and tricks on the screen right here, like don't vacuum anything wet, and you don't use it while it's actually plugged into the charger either. And it does not come with an adapter, it says, but I'm sure it charges with any wall-style USB charger. We'll look into that when we unbox it. Now here's a look at all of the connectors that come with it. There is a vacuum deflating connector for storage bags, a short air valve for mattresses, a swim ring air valve for like your floats and all those other things at your pool, a long air valve to clean your keyboards, a dust cup, and a movable brush vacuum head, all included in this package. 849 reviews, and at 4.3 stars later, the Hodo is still going strong on Amazon. So that is basically it for an introduction to the Hodo here. There's one thing we have to do now, and that is go ahead and get this guy unboxed and see what's in here. All right, guys, right in front of me, we got the Hodo Auto Care Duster and Vacuum. This thing looks pretty cool. I'm pretty excited about trying this over on Rich's truck. Basically, on the front of the box here, it says the Smart Driver's Cleaning Companion. It does vacuuming, blowing, inflating, and deflating. So like if you have rafts and stuff like that, you can do it with this. And it does have vacuum sealing as well, so you can vacuum seal things with this guy. On the side of the box, it does show you a bunch of different ways you can use this. You can clean your house, you can do some technical maintenance on it, so you can vacuum out your keyboard, outdoor equipment inflation, and also of course interior detailing. And then on the back, it does show you everything that the vacuum does come with. It comes with a dust cup nozzle, a pointed crevice nozzle, a 2-in-1 grooming brush. They call it a subtle air nozzle, a swim ring nozzle, and a Type-C cable, and a fiber cleaning brush. So they do give you a lot of accessories with the Hodo multi-purpose cleaner here. It's an air duster and a vacuum in one. It says 20,000 PA of suction, pop to open the dust cap, and then you can wash out the filter. So that's also cool. It's got a washable filter, as it shows you right there on the side of the box. Now let's not mess around anymore. Let's go ahead and unbox this guy. We'll just put that right here for now and get this guy out of the box and see what it's all about. And it does just slide directly out of the package like that. I like the presentation already. We don't need the box where we're going anymore. Nice presentation. It says make it happen. Hodo Auto Care Air Duster and Vacuum, and there is a user manual right here. Pretty lengthy user manual, I'm assuming in multiple languages, but it does show you, yep, it goes through everything on getting all the product out and getting it connected and everything like that. There is charging needed for this, so there are instructions here, and I'm assuming the first thing we need to do is charge it, and then there is some other instructions on how to install a lot of these accessories. Let's go ahead and get this out of the box completely now and see what else we have. This is cool. So the top does open up like this to get to everything else. Let's start on this side. This looks like the swim ring nozzle here. Is what I'm thinking. You put it in those little raft rubber things that you would usually blow up with your mouth. This is the subtle air nozzle, whatever that means. I guess it's directs the air down to a little small point here. And then this is the filter cleaning brush. That's all this is for cleaning the filter inside of the device, which apparently we will see momentarily. This is the pointed crevice nozzle. This looks like it might be useful for getting like down between the seat and the door jamb. Really, really helpful to have. Here's to be the filter. You can see right there inside of this. This does look like it opens up. Filter does come out that way, and then you would clean it with this little brush, like so, and then you just push it back in, flip the little handle back down. That's it. This is the 2-in-1 grooming brush. USB Type-C charging cable. Again, thank you, Hodo, for being great and not having the old school weird connector on there like a lot of products did for a while. And then you get this awesome bag to store all of your products in. This is the dust cup nozzle. There's the vacuum itself. There's a good look at it, guys. Your charger port is at the bottom. We do have a charger right here. Let's go ahead and plug that in. There is an indicator that it is charging. So when this guy is completely charged, these two indicator lights will be solid. When it is charging, that says that they will breathe. So that's what you're seeing right now. It is charging at this moment. So when this thing powers on, it's going to run at high speed. If you press the on or off button here, it'll lower into low speed. This button here is the boost mode. It's literally labeled boost. It gives you extra power for vacuuming. This is called the dust cap here. To install this for vacuuming, you simply align the dot with the lock button, twist it that way, and it clicks, and you are ready to rock for vacuuming. So basically at that point, I'm not sure what you would want to use this for, but I guess you can vacuum easily with that thing. You can vacuum like hard surfaces. But if you want to use these other ones, you just simply put them on like that. Then you have your brush head right here. This is your crevice tool. Then of course, here's your 2-in-1 grooming brush. Works the same way. Goes in, turns. That one went in a little bit easier. Comes right off. Nozzle, this is mostly probably for blowing because it says for using the blower, you put everything on the bottom. It's pretty ingenious. So you would put it there and the air would reverse out of the back, and you just put it in there and you turn it and it locks in place. That is awesome. And you wouldn't need this at that point. You could just take this off. This is such a neat product. I'm hyped to let this guy get charged up now that we know how to use it, and then go test it out over at Rich's house. Now, all of your collection stuff will go in this one little thing right here. This is not designed for a large amount. This is not to vacuum a very dirty car because it'll fill up very fast. This is for dusting and things like that, light vacuuming only inside the car. And that is all for taking a look at the inside of the box here and all of the cool accessories for the Hodo Auto Care Air Duster and Vacuum. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at how this works after this thing gets charged up. All right, guys, we are back in Rich's truck now, and we are going to be showing you guys this awesome vacuum and duster from Hodo. Here is one of the accessories. That is a little crevice tool right here. Let's go ahead and empty out all the rest of the stuff. And the first thing we can show you guys is the fact that it is a duster. Now it will suck from this end where the vacuum has the filter, and it will blow out of this end. That just goes on like that and locks in place, and then we should just be able to turn it on. And it is blowing. You can see it can dust. It is dusting everywhere. And you can dust out all your crevices and everything. And that's from this side. And then there's a boost so you can actually make it go way faster. But that's that simple for the blower part. It just is really that easy. You can also add different nozzles on the top like that for your dusting. And then you just hold this down to start the power. Pretty cool. It does great, and there's a lot of power when you do use the boost. Now the vacuum feature is exactly the opposite. In order to use the vacuum, you flip it over to this side. Like I showed you guys earlier, this has the filter inside of it, but you do have to put something on the top to go ahead and vacuum, like this cool thing right here. And then you simply just turn on the power, and it is sucking there. And you do just get in there and vac it out, and it has a small nozzle to get into tight crevices, and it does have good power. I just sucked up a lot of dirt around this center console thing right here. And then the last thing that we have right here to show you guys, so you simply put that on there, and then you turn on the power after you stick it in the side of the raft, and it does blow up the raft. We'll show you guys that on a little life preserver that I had. So yeah, this thing is pretty cool. We'll look at it again some more in the house, but it does great. It does a great job on both the vacuuming and on the dusting part of it. I love this thing. I can't wait to keep this in the Tesla. All right, we're out here in the 100-degree weather with this toy float, and you can see right here it is very limp and ready to be blown up here. So we have our tool here, and you just place it into that. So you just place it in here like this. Okay, there you go. And it is blowing up the raft, as you can see. Blowing it up very quickly. Awesome. And that's all there is to it. It blew this thing up in like 15 seconds. And that's how you use the raft inflation tool on the end of that. All right, we are out here with the Tesla Model S Plaid, and I want to show you guys how this thing vacuums out here. So I'm gonna go ahead, I've got the vacuum, one of the vacuum tips on. I'm gonna go ahead and hold the button down. And it is vacuuming. No problem, I haven't used turbo yet. Don't have to. And if I want to, I can hit boost. And I can turn boost back off. And you can hear the car getting loud. It's hot in here. So you guys can see this thing did an awesome job vacuuming out the Plaid. It works very well in both vacuum mode and in blower mode. Now let's throw it inside. We just did try out this Hodo vacuum and duster across the street right on Rich's truck, and it was pretty cool. I like all the features and the way this thing works, and I like the way it both vacuums and dusts and does so many other things, as you can see by all of the attachments here. I love the way you can inflate things like mattresses and rafts. That is very convenient. I love the rechargeability of this guy right here, and I did enjoy working on this in Rich's truck, and I'm keeping this actually. I was going to give it away, but I actually need it to do rafts and things like that for the pool. And now that you've seen everything this guy can do, there's only one thing left to do, and you guys know what that is. We got to throw it to me to look at this on Amazon. Please buy it from the official link in the description, and thank you for 200,000 subscribers. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing again. And today we showed you guys the Hodo auto vacuum and blower. And this thing works so cool. It does a great job on the car. It does blow out all the dust from all the crevices. Has a bunch of cool attachments as well for both ends. And you can also use it to blow up life rafts like we showed you outside a minute ago. We took it right out to the Model S Plaid as well, and it did a good job of getting the little bit of dirt that was down on the carpet directly out of the car. Right now, this thing is on sale for $79.99. Go ahead and pick one up from the official link in the description. And right now, you guys are experiencing Meta AI from my new Oakley limited edition HSTN glasses. They are white with gold dust, 24 karat gold dust on the lenses to enhance your vision. So you guys are going to be seeing a lot of cool videos with these because they're easy to put on and they shoot in 3K. I want to also thank you guys for over 200,000 subscribers. That's an amazing feat for the channel. Couldn't have done it without you guys. Please like and subscribe and order everything through our affiliate links. But I got to get out of here. I got to go to brunch. What a day. Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We're out here again in the Supercar Street Racing living room where we have something exciting to show you today. Something follows up on another product that we already showed you, but this is a little bit of a different and bigger version of that product. We're gonna be checking that out today on Supercar Street Racing. Hang out with us in the SCSR living room right here. We're back in the SCSR living room today where we have something super exciting to show you. Yard Care reached out to us once again to see if we wanted to work with them for a third time on one of their products. And of course, I love their stuff, so I said I would definitely work with them. Now, last time we worked with them, we had a really small, light version of their robotic lawnmower, and it only worked great in yards with a little bit of grass. Would not work great in yards with heavier grass like St. Augustine we have in the backyard. And we have the new version of the lawnmower sitting right here in front of us, and we are going to be looking at that today on Supercar Street Racing. There's a lot to talk about. We got to get this out. We got to get it charged. Let's go ahead and do that now. Okay, directly in front of us is the Yard Care mower. Now this is the M800 Plus in black. This is the upgraded version of the mower that we had before. This does supposedly a lot more. We will see if it can handle my grass in the current situation that it's in right now. Let's go ahead and get the SCSR scissors out and get this unboxed because we need to get it on the charger would be one thing we need to get done first. It's gonna have to charge first. And I think it has a cradle charger that it drives up to. So let's go ahead and get this open. It does have some sort of measurement device there. And here is the Yard Care user manual right here, looking so fresh, and a Yard Care valued customer brochure telling you to contact them if you need assistance. And on top of the Yard Care is a nice cardboard condom sitting over a cool looking black mower. I'm gonna leave the packaging just like that because I wanna be sure I can get it repackaged. All right, let's get this thing out of the box. Here's the Yard Care M800 Plus inside of the packaging. Pretty cool looking. Got a bunch of cool stuff on top. Bunch of buttons here. It's got a stop button here. It's got a yard height right here. And there's a box underneath it as well. Must be a box full of accessories there. There is a cradle underneath there for this to charge in. So what we need to do now is get this thing out and get it on the cradle. I suggest we do that right here where we have a plug, or right here, might even be good. Let's pull this out. And it is a rubberized mat. Now this is the box that came with the yard care. I'm assuming it has the rest of the power brick. It does. It has some extra blades here, and these look like they might be yard stakes, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Here is the power brick, and I think this is part of the charger. Got a barcode on it. This has a very long cable, by the way, so if you're looking to put this away, if you need like a long extension for putting the base, and this is keyed, you can only go one way. And we already do have power. You can see the green light is on right there. All right, taking a look at the top of the yard care mower, I will show you all the stuff on it. So starting at the very front here, there is a camera and a rain sensor right here. There is a height adjustment. There is a control panel here which has a peel sat on it. There is a large stop button here. There is a QR code here. And these are the side chargers here, these two pads. You can go ahead and download the Yard Care app for it. Go back to the Yard Care app. We did get the mower up against the charger where it is flashing now, as you can see. There's lights on the top that say that it is fully charged. Now I'm gonna go ahead and click Add Device on my mower. It's gonna wanna take a picture and connect to local devices. I allowed it to connect to local devices. Wants me to scan the QR code. The devices in the distribution network. Close to device, close to the device, and wait please. There is the mower right there. It is in range and it is under Wi-Fi. Now we will go try this in my yard, and if it won't work, I will try it on Rich's yard tomorrow. Okay, we unsuccessfully mounted the camera to the robot, but it is cutting now in random mode. Doing just fine. All right, the Yard Care did mow here for about 20 minutes. The actual yard professional will be here tomorrow. He will clean all of it up that the Yard Care didn't get, but you have to understand, you're gonna have to follow up with a trimmer on the edges and things like that. But this is designed to keep everything down to a minimum, and it did cut all of this by itself. And if I would have left it here for another 30 minutes, it would have gotten everything. Now let's go back across the street where we can show you guys how you can get your own Yard Care robotic lawnmower. Hey, what's up guys? You just saw me take a look at the M800 Plus cordless robot lawnmower with GPS and 3D visual navigation. We did attempt to use it out in my yard. Not the fault of the manufacturer. The design is not designed for very, very thick grass. It has to be in thinner grass so the front wheels will sink down and it won't be able to move. We were able to successfully cut Rich's grass though with absolutely no worries at all. We did put it out there for about 20 to 25 minutes and it did go ahead and cut his entire grass. Now you can see right here, there is a Prime Day deal on, but you guys will probably miss that with this video because it will be after Prime Day. It says right here, you don't need boundary wires or RT APK here. And then it says it has built-in GPS here, so we can actually figure out where to go. It's got visual obstacle avoidance, so it will actually figure out if there's something in the way and try to go around it or start over. It says it can do a 40-minute orderly and a 60-minute randomly mowing combination, and then it will return to its charging base based on the QR code scanner that you put on the actual charging base. I didn't get to show you guys that out in the yard, but all you have to do is mount your charger close to where it is mowing and it will return to the charging base with the QR code. And you can customize a schedule for whatever you need to mow on. It can climb up to a 36.4% slope. Be careful if you've got anything more than that on your yard. This thing needs obvious boundaries. You can see it right here. It needs fences, cement roads, etc. Does not work well with uncleared lawn borders or grass that's higher than 2.6 inches. It says it's got 3 high-speed cutting blades and a very robust motor, and it does use AI-powered recognition with a 135-degree wide-angle camera at the front. Now, at the end of this video, we're going to show you a short little video about the M800 Plus. Go ahead and check that out at the very tail end of the video. And I want to thank you guys for 222,000 subscribers. 222,192 is a great big number, and I could have done it without you. There will be a link also in the description of the video to not only the product, but to my Instagram and TikTok and Facebook entity pages. Please check those out as well and follow me on TikTok and Instagram and buy your product through the official link in the description. It helps me out great. It gives me just a few dollars here and there to keep operating the channel, since I don't make any money directly on the channel. Now we have to get out of here. It's almost bingo time, and I need to cook some dinner as well. We are back in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing bathroom, where we have been granted access to the Neperal Magic Pro rechargeable light bulb. Now, this Neperal Magic Pro does work in any regular light socket, and you can charge it there or with a USB. Now, this takes 2 hours to charge. It costs $1.81 a year. You can do warm white, neutral, or white light, and it can be adjusted infinitely on the brightness. So let's see what they had in mind today when Neperal was gracious enough to send us these Magic Pro light bulbs to check out on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome to Supercar Street Racing Unboxing and Reviews. You've got Brad here with you. And if you don't know me, I'm so happy to have you today at the channel. And if you do know me, I could appreciate a like and subscribe on the video and a comment if you don't mind. And today we have the Neporol Magic Pro rechargeable light bulb that was provided to us by Neporol. They are so gracious to have sent us a sample of their bulb to look at several scenarios with you guys on how this might work. Now, taking a look at the box, you can see two, meaning I believe there are two in the box. And at the top of the box, a good highlight says that they work in a lamp socket and they are USB or lamp socket chargeable. Now, the bottom of the box says they are 2-hour fast chargeable. They are dimmable with a hue shift, meaning they can go 3 different color temperatures, and they have a remote and a touch control also available. Now, on the side of the box, a closer look at that, you can see it fits most E26, which is the standard light bulb in the United States and other places as well. It works with wireless lamps as well. It backs up for emergencies, so if you lose the power in your house, these guys will still work. And on the side here, you do see they are made in China, and there is the model number right there, which I will put a link in the description for you guys. And then on the back side of the box, it says that it has a remote. We'll be looking into that as well, or a touch control. A 3 hue shift, meaning they do 3 color temperatures. They are dimmable. They have a portable hook is what they meant about the hook on the side, so they did have that right. They auto charge when they are connected to a socket, and they're rechargeable by USB-C and have a really nice charge indicator on them. So a lot of good features to the Neporol Magic Pro E26 light bulb, which now we will go ahead and unbox on the channel. The Neporol Magic Pro is sitting right in front of you today, looking so fly and so fresh and asking to be stripped out of its box. So let's go ahead and see if we're going to need something to get the tape off today. And look at that, we were able to get this package open. Well, I had it open. We might be able to get this package open without any other type of opening device. Here is the Neporol Magic Pro about to be unboxed here on Supercar Street Racing. And right on top, inside the box, we do see that we have a nice instruction manual here. It's a little small for my eyes, so I can tell you that it has highlights at the top, instructions in the middle, commonly asked questions there, and so there's a fact at the very bottom. And I will take a picture of this and throw it up on the screen for you guys so you know exactly what this says. And then on the back, it does have a picture of a remote control. And they did not send the RGB. I was hoping they were sending the RGB. I did ask for that, but they did not send it. And then it does highlight the touch control down on the bottom, which I guess is on the side of the bulb. Now, inside of the box here with the Neporol, you do see it comes with some hooks for you to be able to hang this bulb up somewhere. So you don't actually have to have this thing connected anywhere. It could be totally and completely wireless, which we will demonstrate in a little bit. And then also inside of the box, they give you a USB charge cable. So it is a USB type A on one side to a USB type C on the other side. Moving forward, there is another hook here for these guys. It does not charge, but you can charge it while it's on here. This does not charge it. This just hangs it up for access. Now, the first Neporol Magic Pro is coming out of the box right here, and you can see the standard E26 base here. I do have the RGB lights, which I'm excited about. Now, let's see if it actually works before we unbox the rest. Okay, it is not charged. And we do have our second RGB Pro here. Let's see if that one works. Does not work. So both of these bulbs need to be charged. And moving further into the box, we do see our RGB remote control here, and opening it up, it probably has a little tab for us to pull to get the battery working. Let's go ahead and get it open. And here is the remote control, and there is our battery activation strip right there. We did pull that, and I'm assuming nothing's going to happen because I think the batteries are dead. Oh, okay, interesting. All right, so I wasn't holding it long enough. They did work right out of the box. At least that one did. Okay, let's see if the other one works. Maybe I wasn't holding it long enough. All right, this one is not charged. The other one was. You can tell because when I push on, only one of them comes on, and look, it's completely wireless. Nothing connected to it whatsoever. So let's get these guys onto the base lamp and get them all charged up first. And there, it just came on again. I press the button. And it looks like you cycle through the colors there, but I want to get both of them charged up. And there's a dimmer if you hold it down. Let me go ahead and power this off. And let's take it in there and get it on the lamp base. In the Supercar Street Racing nice office, we do see this fan going insane. So if you hear something, that is the fan. But we have our Neporals, and we are going to go ahead and charge them by putting them on our lamp here. Let's go ahead and remove, let's make sure this is on first though. Okay, it is on. All right, let's go ahead and remove that bulb and put the, and now the Neporal is insisting on being on. So let's go ahead and put the one that wasn't charged in. Now it should charge, and there should be a charging indicator on it. All right, so it is charging, and it did light up a nice red to indicate that it was charging. Let's let this guy charge while we put the other one on the other base. Now we are going to put our second Neporal bulb onto USB-C and charge it that way. It is already charged, so it shouldn't take as long. However, I'm curious to see which one charges faster if they were. So plugging this in, I already have my USB available right here on the Supercar Street Racing side table that we built on the channel. Check that video out if you haven't. And these are standard type A, so whoever built them doesn't understand that there is a backwards way. And let's go ahead and get this plugged into the Neporal bulb. You can see the USB-C sitting SoFly right there. And all we have to do is plug it in right now, and it should light up in red, and it did. So this bulb is now charging, this bulb is now charging, and let's see in the manual what it says about charging. I took another hard look at the manual, and basically when these lights go off, these bulbs are fully charged. It says a charge time of 2 hours. It does not specify whether that is with the USB Type-C or with the socket. So let's go ahead and let these guys both charge up all the way, and then we'll take them somewhere and demonstrate how they work in a good dark environment. All right, we are back with our Neporal Magic Pro lights, and we did let those guys charge for about an hour and a half. And when the red light goes off, they are fully charged, and now they are ready to test. So for our first test, now I do notice they come on pretty easy if you touch the power button there on the side. That's the little touch screen right there, or touch button right there. And what we want to do right now is grab the hangers and go ahead into a dark room and test them. So to put the hangers on, all you have to do right here is just screw one on the back of the bulb, just like this. And then you can hang this guy up anywhere you want. Let's say that you need light in this closet. Let's hang one right there. Let's grab the other guy, go ahead and get that one rigged up. And you can see it did come on because I touched the touch button. And if you press it a number of times, it will go off. Let's get this guy hung up. All right, we got our lights in the closet right here. Let's go ahead and grab the remote control and the instructions. And you can see right here on the remote control, you've got your basic on-off control at the top, and you've got a 1 and a 2 mode on the very bottom where it says MM. Those are timers. Now the mode at the very top right is where you can set what it does as far as the pattern and the style of the light. And these 3 buttons here are supposed to be for the color temperature. So it's either warm, cool, or very cool. So let's go into the closet right now and see exactly what we have. All right, we're back in the closet with the Magic Pro lights, and we did get a good idea here of what everything does on the remote. Basically, these 3 up top are for white, so it's warm white, cool white, or very cool white. This gives it in a color mode, and then the plus and minus here on the remote are for dimming the lights, but they must be in a solid mode to dim them. Mode 1 is a dissolve between each color, and mode 2 is a flash between each color. 50%, 100% don't seem to do anything and are not in the instructions, and the very bottom buttons are a timer. So let's take a look at these, how cool they are. If you went camping or something like that, and you needed some light where you don't have batteries, let's go ahead and get them on a same color and sync them up. And now we'll go to the mode where they will dissolve between colors. And they didn't quite see it that time, so they're not quite synced up, but very cool how these things operate. And then if I go into a solid mode here, I can use the brightness control. You see I'm dimming it, and I'm raising the brightness there with the plus and minus. And if we put this guy here on white, I can also dim this guy here. Look, I'm dimming it down with the minus, and I am raising that up with the plus. So these lights are pretty awesome. They are rechargeable, like we said before, with either this USB-C on the side or the regular E26 base. And so later tonight, we are going to go ahead and show you guys what you can do outside. Guys, we are back with the Nepperl Magic Pro lights after they sat on the charger for about another 30 minutes and they were topped out. And now we have screwed their hook on them right here. You can see it goes right on the E26 base. We got one on that one, we got one on this one. That means we can now take these outside and show you how cool these things are at night. We'll take our remote control out there, we'll take our lights out there, and we will strategically place them around the pool and let you see how cool they are. Oh, and FYI, the red charging light did go out on both of these to indicate that these guys were fully charged. Let them go until they get fully charged, and that will definitely go out for you. Now let's get outside. Okay, we are out by the Supercar Street Racing pool, and we have one of the Nepperl lights hanging directly across from me and the other Nepperl light hanging over there. There's one, there's the other one. Now you can see they are quite bright. That's with, and then we just hit off. So they are not very long range. Let's turn them back on. Just like that. And now let's change them to colored. Let's step back and see how that looks. And there is a good look at the wireless rechargeable bulbs around the pool. And now let's set them to cycle. Now they are set to cycling. So they are fading between colors and they look absolutely cool. And remember, these are rechargeable. You could get, technically you could get 6 or 8 of these around your pool if you don't have wiring to go around your pool. And these make a good amount of light. As you can see right here, it's lighting up the entire side right here. And then if we want to go back to white, we can go warm, cold, or very cold. Warm, cold, or very cold. So those are lighting up the edge of the pool now, and you can see how good they look. And there is one single remote for both, and that is on pink, purple, red. And then you have a brightness control. I just dimmed it, and then I just raised it. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. Let's throw that into the studio now with Brad to take a look at these very cool wireless, colored, rechargeable bulbs. We are back at the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. You got Brad here, and I have spent some time with the Nepperl Magic Pro rechargeable light, and I happen to have one right here sitting in front of me for you guys to check out. These things are very cool. The manufacturer contacted me and said, hey, are you interested in promoting this product? And I said, of course I am, and they sent me 2 of the RGB lights here, and I'm actually giving these away to someone after this video. So these are already gone. They have been given away to a subscriber. But these Magic Pro lights are so cool. You can literally hang them by their E26 base with these cool little screw-on things here, and you can take them off and they will charge from either the E26 base or they will charge from a USB Type-C right here on the side, which I think is just very cool. And you can see right here we also have the remote, and we can change colors with the remote. We can change modes with the remote so they can dissolve between colors. We have a brightness control, or they can go white, warm white, or cool white. And then you can also do brightness when you're on any of those 3. So these things are awesome. I really love these, and I know the subscriber that is getting them is going to get a lot of use out of them. I know a place where they would actually look really good. So pick up your set of Nepperl Magic Pro lights today. There is actually 3 promotions going on right now. They have a 15% coupon available, a 5% promo code, and if you buy any 2, you get 10% off. It is absolutely insane. And I am going to be putting a link in the description for the Magic Pro by Nepperl. And guys, please like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. Your support is what keeps the channel going. We don't make money off the channel. The little bit of money we make barely covers any of the costs on the channel. So go ahead and like and subscribe, leave a comment for us, and tell us what you think about these really cool. Look, you just press this little button or use the remote. There it goes. You press the little button and it does come on the side of the bulb. So tell us what you think about these Magic Pro bulbs down in the comments. They have good reviews. They have a 4.3 star review, and I plan on giving them a review myself because I really love the way they work. Guys, thanks again. We got to get out of here though. We got to get this over to our subscriber who's waiting impatiently for it. right, we got the new double gang outlet inserts for the home theater system. On this side, we have regular power. We've got USB type A, and we have USB type A there. And then over here, we have Ethernet cable, which we're not using, and then a HDMI cable. We've already pre-wired, so we have power here, we have Ethernet here, and we have HDMI. So all we have to do is put the power in here, wire that up to the back of this, put the Ethernet right into there, the HDMI right into there, and then the TV is updating for the last hour at least, and it's ready to install another update. Let's get this here installed. And I'm gonna do power on the left, so I'm gonna do power right there. I'm gonna do HDMI and Ethernet right there. And I got my screwdriver over here ready to go, and all my tools. So all I need for this is my Phillips head screwdriver and my workman's pliers. Whenever you wire up this, when you wire up an outlet, neutral is always on the left, so the white wire always goes to the left. This is an odd one because they're usually on each side. In this case, they are all on one side, so we have to see which one is neutral and which one is hot. Okay, so right here it does say white, and then right here it says hot. So white is always neutral, and so when you connect this to the outlet, you always want to go in the direction that the screw tightens up. So when we undo the screw, you see how it goes to the left like that? So it loosens to the left, counterclockwise. So when you put the screw back in with the wire, you always want to go in the direction of the tightening. So for the white, you just take your workman's pliers like this, and you do a loop like that. And then we'll go ahead and do this one too. But they're both going to go clockwise, so to tighten. So those are ready. And then we'll do the ground too, I guess. So these guys are ready to go. Loosen the ground. I'll do the ground first. And then sometimes you have to actually hold the wire while you put it in, because it will tend to back out. So if you keep pressure on it like that. So that's the ground. Just like that. And just kind of hold pressure on it while you tighten it. It helps to have like a regular screwdriver too. And then believe it or not, these electrical connections can actually get loose over the years just from the electricity. So it helps if you really torque them down with a manual screwdriver. All right, so that thing's ready to go. Now, all we have to do is put it in like that, and it should have screws. I like to leave them loose though, so when we get the wall plate in, we can move this around if it's not squared up with the wall plate. Okay. On the way. I'm the worst at this stuff. I really can't. I'm not gonna get in the wires back in the box. Kind of force them in there instead of doing like what electricians do, which they fold it like a certain way. I can't do that. All right, now we got to get both of these straight to put the faceplate on. So we're going to loosen this up a little bit so we can go left to right. I can tell already this thing is like leaning towards you. Yeah. So I leave it a little loose, and then I let the faceplate kind of tighten down way better. These will pull up to the faceplate. I have them really tight though because I was trying to get them straight. Yeah. All right, so the next step is power down here. So I'm just gonna pull out this, and I have power already run down here. All I have to do is connect it to the power strip. This should have power at that point, or either blow up my house. So this has no indications of power on, it has no LED lights, nothing like that. So I think the best way to test this is just get my phone charger. Okay, so we're gonna plug the phone in right now where you guys are actually recording, and we know if it starts charging. Okay, so the phone started charging, so we have power, this thing's good to go, and we're ready to mount the TV. What do you think? All right, Patricia's here helping me, and today We are putting this 75-inch Amazon Fire TV on the wall, but first we have to actually install our Govee DreamView LED kit. And over here on the table, we have the Govee DreamView. This is designed for 65 to 75-inch TVs. So there is a certain pattern that we have to install this on. So we have to get out the instruction manual and check how we're supposed to install this. I have them in the bedroom, I have them in the studio, so I've done it. But I only did it correctly in the studio. I think I messed up in the bedroom. So there's a strip. These are 3M stickies to help keep the LED strip from coming off. That is the actual controller. So we put that somewhere back here where we can reach it.
Yep, okay.
That's where it starts. And so there's a certain pattern we have to go in, and we're gonna have to get the manual out. What's in here? Let's get the manual out and see how we're supposed to actually install these.
Nick,
Deal?
deal.
Okay, let's go. Ready? Tell me when I'm close.
We're close. My side is on.
Mine on?
No, back. Go back some.
Mine on?
You look like you were.
Mine on now?
I can't see it over there. Hold on. Don't move.
We gotta go all the way your way too, by the way.
Okay, there we go.
That's it. That's it?
No cords.
That's kind of money right there. Patricia just satted the TV and we connected it hardwired. So it's Ethernet. There's no Wi-Fi on this at all. And you can see we have like a good connection here. So the next thing we have to do is set up our Govee DreamView. We have the camera there. Now we have to take our setup kit. So they give you these little setup oranges things and you put them There. So you put them on all the quadrants. And then you go to the app, find the Dream View, and set up Dream View. So let's do that right now.
Yes.
All right, I'm ready to go for a ride, but I can't because my car's still charging. Wait. What? What?
My new mailbox, man. Let me sure. Yeah. Some drunk dude run over my mailbox. No, flattened it. That's my new mailbox. It's just I had it all on like 4 video cameras. No lights on, nothing. Just ran right over it. So it's my new mailbox. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good night.
We're back here in the SCSR compound, and as you guys just saw, the FedEx guy saved my life and delivered this lovely package to us so we can get a new mailbox put in. So this is the customizable mailbox from Amazon. There'll be a link in the description to this guy. Looks like it kind of halfway is opened up, but I'm sure it's fine. Now we're gonna take a look at this today, guys, on Supercar Street Racing, because this is going to have to go in as my new mailbox since the other one got destroyed by a drunk person. That video is available, and I will put a link to that also in the description, but let's get started with this guy right now. This mailbox is over $200 on Amazon, so the reason that it is so much is because it is customizable, and it does have supposedly my address on it. And I'll go ahead and dox myself, but it does have my address on it somewhere. Unfortunately, it's not there. Can't put the address on the screen, but it's probably going to end up there anyway because I can't actually hide it the entire time we're doing the project. So this is the Elite from Architectural Mailboxes, and it is black galvanized steel, and I think that's going to look cool. And somewhere there is a sign that hangs on the bottom of this nice post that is going to have the address on it. If you guys want to stalk me, feel free. Honestly, don't care at this point, but yeah, maybe it'll be a welcome addition. So this is the architectural mailbox that is going outside to replace the old one. We will have to figure out getting some concrete in this thing, and I have kind of a little project teaser planned here for this guy that I'm thinking will be a cool video. But yeah, the next step is to get this guy out. This box has the Architectural Mailboxes Elite galvanized steel mailbox inside of it. And I had a plan to open it right in front of you, but of course, I've got the selfie stick here. So there is the mailbox itself, looking so fly. And that just mounts right on top of the post here. And I'm assuming screws right into the post. You can see this has the screw holes in it already. And I already gave up my address there on the screen, so I'm not that worried about it. But here is the mailbox. And I'm sure it has all of the accessories needed to mount it. Trying to get it out of the actual box here so you guys can look at it. And there it actually is in its entire glory, and it did come damaged. There is a little dent right there. It's actually a little like metal thing. I'm not that worried about it though. Honestly, it's whatever. It's towards the back. And that's what the thing looks like in its glory, sitting there in the Supercar Street Racing living room next to the Shamar Bridges mini bike. And then in here, there's some other stuff inside this box. I don't know what it's in. Okay, it says the base on it. So, sitting here filming my address the whole time. There's another box right here, not sure what's in it. Let's go ahead and grab the SCSR official box opener, which is a steak knife, and get this guy opened up. Took a look at the instruction manual here. This mailbox has to be 41 to 45 inches off the ground. So think about that. That is 4 feet maximum off the ground, and this post has got to be, well, actually, let's grab our tape measure and measure it. All right, guys, how long is this post? All right, it's only 6 feet. So if we put the mailbox 4 feet off the ground, we have to go 2 feet deep or chop the post. So we'll figure that out once we get outside. We'll go ahead and see how deep our hole is. Our hole is probably 2 feet, which would put this 4 feet off the ground, which is not bad. We could dig a little more out without chopping the post, but I'm really hyped about being able to fill the post up with concrete because people keep running over my mailbox and it sucks. Okay, so they were up here on the very top, and I had to go all the way down here.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. I'll find you in I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality.
All right, guys, we have our new mailbox here. Someone stole all my pavers last night. Really, really crappy night. So I'm going to be looking for somebody with a intent to cause harm. height is 41 to 45 inches is what I'm reading on my instruction manual here. So I just dug the post out just a little bit more, and basically 41 to 45 is right about here in the ground. This post is way taller than that. Even if we get to 45, yeah, let's see. So I'm also going to put some concrete inside of the post to strengthen it up. So I've got a Dixie cup here, and I'm just going to put concrete in, test the level, put a little water in, put more concrete in, test the level, etc., etc. All right, guys, we have our mailbox post cemented in, and the next step is to slide in our support rail, just like that. And then there's a key right here. All right, the next step here is to screw the mounting plate onto the mailbox. So it says that they provide screws, and they are supposed to be two and a quarter inch stainless steel. Let's see what we got. Welcome back once again, and you guys saw what happened in the video. We ordered a new custom mailbox from Amazon. We went and got a lot of stuff for that project and the next project, and then we replaced our mailbox. And what you're looking at right here on the screen is that replacement from the Forever Products company. And you saw on the video, like I'll put it in the description, someone ran directly over my mailbox with no headlights on. They swung wide, hit my mailbox, and then took off. And in this video, I went and bought a bunch of pavers to re-landscape the area, and those got stolen on video night before last. So anyway, this is the Forever Products customizable mailbox. It is $209 on Amazon. And what you do is you order it based on your preference for a custom plate, and you can get your number on there, and also if you want your name, you can get that and your actual street. So I got just my street and my number on mine. Now my only complaint about this mailbox is that it has an issue with the sign hooks. The hooks that hold on the sign are too big for the actual holes in the sign, so I bent my sign. I put my hooks in and I bent my sign down to make this thing work. You could probably just drill the sign out a little bit more, but it does not come ready to go. That is my only complaint. Other than that, it looks awesome. It's super easy to install, and you can see we did get the concrete going in there. We concreted into the ground, and then we concreted also in the post. And if you really want to, you can put a 4x4 post inside of the vinyl post, but the concrete is just as good. Guys, this thing has a 4.7 star rating. Go ahead and pick one up, and please click through my link in the description when you order anything from Amazon, not just this. Click any of my links in any of my videos when you order products, and that gives me a little bit of money for the channel, because we do lose money on the channel. Now, I'm so happy you joined us today. We got another big project coming up, and I will be editing that also today for hours. So please like, subscribe, and we'll see you next time on the channel. Hey guys, good morning and welcome to the channel. I'm Brad, and you're watching Supercar Street Racing. And today on the channel, we are up at, as you can see right here on the screen, we're at part 6 of the mini bike restoration project. I spent a lot of hours the other day doing quite a few things to the bike. I got all the parts off. I got all the parts either grinded down and prepped to get all the rust off, or degreased, or both, and then got them all painted black and ready to go back on the mini bike. I only have one task left to do on painting, and that is the gas tank. I want to take the cap and make that copper. You're going to see all that today here on Supercar Street Racing. All right, I went ahead and heated the can up because this stuff is not sticking good on this cap. Let's see if it sticks now after I scuffed up the cap and cleaned it. Looks a little better. Let's see if it starts bubbling up like it did last time. Still got some bubbles in it. Don't get it. I prepped this thing like 3 times. See the bubbles forming there? It's completely clean too. I don't know what's going on with that. All right, I got all my parts lined up here on the table. Borrowed the table from Rich and Trish. Yeah, I'm just kind of laying everything out. I don't have everything exactly where it's supposed to go because I don't remember, but I have video from everything. And I'm just cleaning up all the parts now. on the grinder that need cleanup, making sure everything is nice and fresh for the reconstruction. right, guys, just got finished with the most important part of the project, and that's always cleaning up after you're finished. So I cleaned the entire garage, blew all the leaves out that had come in from the wind for the last couple of days, and got all the project parts laid out on the table. So I don't know how much of this is going into each video, but this is going to wrap one of the videos up, and you can see here everything came out just fantastic. I've just got a few parts down here drying to wrap up, and now the hard part is ordering parts that I want to replace, and also after that there's a mini bike right there. Ordering parts I want to replace, and then figuring out how this thing goes back together, because I really didn't pay attention as much as I should have. Guys, thank you so much for watching, and we'll talk to you later. What's up, guys? Time for another unboxing, and now we got the Govee RGB IC LED light strip, which I already own 2 of on my mirrors in my bathroom. Today we're going to do official unboxing, and we are going to do a review, take a look at the app that you use to set it up, and then come to a conclusion, and we're going to do it in 8K if you can display 8K. Got to get my hands free, then I'm going to show you this. Let's see if I can do this with one hand. Nope, be right back. Alright guys, got the package open here with the Govee. I believe this was around $27. Now the awesome thing about this guy is it's Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. Get it out of the package. So that's what it looks like there. So these are smart strips. They do have an app. Take a look at the unboxing of this guy. And it is sealed here. So I did order a new tripod for this, so that should eliminate the issues using one hand. But here we go. So that's what the box looks like. Inside we got a little sticker card here. Join the Govee home. Got a little scanner there for that. Got a user manual. Got the LED strip here. And it comes with a little controller if you don't use the app, and the little power adapter here. There's the power adapter. And then they give you some sticky pads for it with screws and an alcohol prep pad. So, taking a look at the packaging here, I've got a little piece of tape here, keeping it from unrolling. But I believe it has sticky on the back. It's very well packaged. Can't get the thing off. Yeah, it does have 3M on the back of it. And if I recall correctly, it's actually a really good quality 3M tape. And here's a good look at the actual circuit on the strip and the LEDs. You can cut them right there with no issues. And then there's there's the little LED module. Next, I'm going to show you guys what it looks like on my mirrors before we start the install and app process. All right, so these are the Govee LED strips already installed on the mirrors there, and they are fully programmable with the app. They have a bunch of pre-built scenes. You can do control 2 strips at the same time, which is what I do with this one. And I'm going to be showing you a lot more about that. I'll take some screenshots of the app and upload those as well. LEDs are all flickering on camera, but yeah, so that's what they look like installed behind my mirrors. And next we're going to take them out and show you how you control them. Okay guys, we got the Govee LED strip, and the plan is to run them behind the couch here. So they would start at the back of the couch right there, run around the corner on the ground, and then come behind the subwoofer and then behind this couch and sort of add some really cool lighting effects here. Now, in my other home theater in California, I did the crown molding where I dropped the crown down about 2 inches and I ran LED strips all around there. That's a cool idea for the future maybe, but for right now I just wanted to get the theater room back up and running. So let's take a look at this guy now. All right, we got the strips here. All right, so this is the controller. So you can manually control the strip if you want to, or you can just use the app, that's all I do. On the LED mirrors in my bathroom, I have these mounted on the rear, and it's controlled exclusively with the strip, although I did leave the controllers where you can reach your hand behind there and change them if you actually absolutely have to. So what you do is you take this power connector and you connect this right here, and so it just plugs straight into that right there. Now when we apply power here, all right, so we got power and they are powered up, and there we go. So that's the current setting that they're on. Now I'm going to go ahead and grab my tablet and get that logged in so we can take a look at that at the same time. So these LED strips are audio activated, and it's on an audio thing right now, as you can see. You can either use this to change the program, or you can use the app. Here's the Govee Home app. 2 mirrors that I currently have installed already there. You guys can see that right there. So we're gonna go, and I'm trying to remember how to do this. We're gonna go plus, and we are going to add an LED strip light. And I think, okay, this is the one I don't know what it is, so I'm going to go back and look at the other lights. I'm looking H6143, I think is what we have here. Let's look for that. H6143. Still looking. Yep, RGB IC strip lights. I'm not sure if it's a 5 meter or a 2.5 meter. Let me go look, I'll be right back. All right, we got the 5 meter. 6143 right here. Gonna hit next there. Just trying to connect to the, it's funny how it's responding to my voice here. Name your device. Let's go ahead and name it. Let's call it theater room. Done. Looking for a Wi-Fi signal now. So it likes 2.4 gigahertz. Do not try to connect it to a 5 gigahertz. Let's check my available. Okay, this one. I'm going to put this away while I put the password in. Putting the password in now. And it'll tell you at the bottom it only supports 2.4. Right there. Okay, its connection is successful. So it wants to update the firmware. We're going to go ahead and do that. So it should be updating the firmware now as we speak. We'll be right back when it's done. Okay, it didn't actually start. I had to hit the firmware upgrade available button one more time, but as you can see here, it is updating the firmware. So this is doing this via Bluetooth. I believe it connects via Bluetooth and then it uses Wi-Fi after that. But you can see that it stopped responding because it is going into an equipment upgrade mode now. I'm gonna let that finish and then be back. Okay, so the upgrade finished. The firmware is now sitting on 2.05.09. You can see the Bluetooth connection there. And so this is actually where you control, and you can see right now, so this is the app for controlling the lights. You can actually make custom scenes, or you can use they're available. You can just do colors, you can do a scene, you can do it yourself, or you can let it go to music. This is music, which should be pretty cool in here if you're watching a concert. If you just do color, you can control each segment, the brightness. Let's see, I think you select all. Yep, select all here. And then you can control each segment, which is crazy. You can do the color here. Things are awesome. And then if we go back, there's my mirrors in my theater room. Let's go back in theater room. It's connecting again. If we go scene, there's all kinds of like different categories, like sunrise, where it gets brighter. So it mimics the sunrise, meteor shower. My only complaint about all these pre-built effects is that you can't control the speed. You're stuck with the speed. So some of these are like turbo, like, you know, super fast. This one's pretty cool. That's Aurora. Here's Snowflake. So here's all the ones that are under natural. Festival are very like turbo, like, you know, that's Christmas, that's Valentine's Day. And then we got life here. There's one called Sweet. And then we got romantic. Let's get this a little closer. And then we got dating, movie. And then we got emotional, which I know some of you are emo. We got Dreamland here. Breathe. Energetic. And the cool thing is if you have multiple strips, you can set one to do, there's a thing where you can set all the strips for the same, which is what I do in the left and right mirror. So what we're going to do now is we're going to install these lights behind the couch. And I am going to actually use, I don't want to take the back strip off the this double-sided sticky tape. I don't really need to stick it down all the way behind there. So I'm going to use this packing tape, but every, 2 or 3 feet. There's no need to go crazy with it. That way, if I ever want to move it up to there, I can put it on some crown molding. But yeah, now here you can, and there's also forums and stuff where people make other effects, which is very cool. And you can DIY right here. So let's get these things installed and take a look at how it looks. All right, guys, so we got the LEDs installed. I just used a clear tape and they run back on the baseboard there. I'm not sure how much I like it yet. I haven't seen it with the lights off yet, but it actually was the perfect length because it runs all the way behind both of these couches. You can only see it right there, but you could cover it with the curtains if you really wanted to. I tried to actually make it shine in front of the curtains, but if I don't like the way it looks, like I don't like seeing the exposed LEDs like that. But let's take a look now at how it looks with the, and of course this pattern is terrible that's going right now. It's just flashing. Let's put it on something better. Let's go to life. Let's go to sweet. All right, it's on sweet, which is kind of pinkish. Let's look. Okay, romantic now. How about morning? All right, let's see how that looks. We're gonna turn off all the lights in here. I usually don't have lights on in here at all. Let's turn this off. Let's turn this guy off. I definitely hate the exposed LEDs. But it's going to be really hard to see on camera. But it does add a little bit of ambient light to the room. Unfortunately, it shines directly on the screen right here, so this may not be the best for my application, or maybe this couch can go back more. Yeah, so that helps a little bit, pushing the couch back. But my goal here is that this room is 100% completely so dark when you're not in here that you can't see anything when you walk in. So even if these go off when you come in, that's fine. Let's take a look at some of the other patterns here. Let's look at some emotion. Twinkle's terrible. And Dreamland's not that good either. Breathe is kind of a red, pulsating light. Yeah, I might have to put some fabric on the corner of the couch here. It's because it is showing through, and I don't know if you can even see it, it's so dark, but it's kind of shining through the couch onto the screen, which would be distracting. Let's look at some more of the patterns. Let's look at energetic. That's just flashes. These are all just flashing. Yeah, see how like some of these are really fast? This is called warm. I don't know if I'm gonna keep this. I'm not digging the way it looks in here. I don't like the way, that's kind of cool. Just like behind this couch. The way it's lighting up back there. I don't know if I like it over here though. I gotta see if I can find some different patterns. I don't like the way you can see the exposed LEDs, but let's see what stacking is. So that's kind of a chase that goes all the way around the room. And it's hard to see on camera here, I know. Let's look at some of these other ones. Let's look at sunrise. Oh, that one actually takes a while. Let's look at forest. So forest is kind of a green pattern. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of seeing the LED lights. I don't know what I'm going to do about that, if I'm going to do anything about it. Let's look at our rustling leaves. So it's okay. You wouldn't watch a movie with this on because it's shining right on the screen, so you have to turn it off. So overall, for me, for this project, I don't really know if this is going to work for me. It'd be better on the ceiling up around the corner with some crown molding, so I might just do that. That'd be actually the best way to do it. I've already got power on the ceiling, so I can just do that. Let's look at fire. That's what fire looks like. Winter. Deep sea. Yeah, I'm not digging the seeing of the lights down here. I mean, I guess I could move the curtains back a little bit like that and kind of hide them. or I can just move the lights backwards a little bit because I add them forward on purpose. But checking out the rest of this app, Festival, here's Halloween. Definitely is doing movement, even though it's hard to see on camera, I'm sure, with the low light. Ghost, which is a crazy one. You can see there that it shines on the screen. That wouldn't work for a movie. Dance party. Very cool for like probably a chill. Oh, also, I didn't even think about this. You can actually dim. Oh, they're on 77%. Oh, wow. They actually get way brighter. Okay. Or we could just take them down to like 20% and there's just a little bit of ambient light in the corners and stuff, which really, when you walk in this room, you can't see anything. Like, it's so dark. Like, you can't even find the remote control. So that's kind of rad. Let's see what mode is. Oh, mode is down here. Okay. Bring the brightness up. You can set them on a timer. They're also controllable by Alexa. So we can say, Echo. Actually, I think this guy's Alexa. Alexa, turn off the home theater LEDs.
Sorry, I didn't find a group or device named home theater.
Let's see what this is called. Alexa, turn off the theater room.
Okay.
Alexa, turn on the theater room.
Okay.
So those work great. They're already in Alexa because of my other set. I don't know. You tell me what you guys think. It adds some ambience in here for sure. I will probably drape like a blanket over the side of this couch so it doesn't like shine on the screen. Let's see. Let's go to emo. Profound. Yeah, the only thing, my only complaint, you should be able to control the speed on these, and you can't. They're all presets unless you do a DIY, which you can do that. And sleep, let's see what that is. Okay, so it's kind of a warm, looking light. So yeah, I think that's going to do it for the Govee review. Really cool LED strip, which is all controllable via Alexa, or, you know, actually you could do it either one on your app. There's the 3 sets of LEDs that I have, and there's forums, so people are always making new effects and everything for it, which is really cool. You know, I'm really into like the smart home stuff, so I do like that these guys have a Wi-Fi connection. Here's Effects Lab, where you can actually make things. They've got an Effects Lab, a Gaming Lab, a Harmony Lab, and you can go through here and you can set up your own effects. Gaming Lab. Oh, this is kind of cool. Sandbox 3D, Frozen River. Very cool. Well, guys, I hope you enjoyed this unboxing and review. I guess I'm going to keep it for now and see if I'm going to move it up to the crown molding up top around the ceiling would be cool and be less intrusive on the screen, which, you know, you get to actually see it on the screen right there. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. Please subscribe and like, and I'll put more content out. See you guys later. Have a great day. What's up, everybody? Supercar Street Racing, and today we want to take a little bit of time to point out some stuff about the 335 that is about to change. So the first thing being that I'd like to tell you guys about the ID4 digital display for this guy. So there's a company called ID4 that makes a complete drop-in replacement for this instrument cluster. So it's pretty cool. It's completely programmable, customizable digital display. And the only downside with the whole unit is that you have to cut part of the vent out in the back, but that's not a big deal. They give you a plate to cover it. You just use the Dremel or whatever, and it drops right in. And I'll put some pictures up here while I'm talking about it, but basically they have some optional things that I want to buy, like the race display. So there's themes and things like that. I want to make sure I get all of it because why not? You know, you only live once. As you guys remember, I already have the Android head unit here replacing the factory, or augmenting the factory navigation system. But this is going to be awesome because it's going to completely replace this. I'm sure you've seen other videos of it on the internet, but about to order that here in the next couple of weeks. I was just waiting to pay off some other things, like my radiator had to get replaced, and of course now I've got these other codes that they're throwing that say lean mixture, so I'm wondering if my high pressure fuel pump is about to fail. But one thing at a time with a 11-year-old car, things are going to happen. So took some time today to touch up a couple spots on the wheels. Powder coating is supposed to be really versatile and get through anything tough, but unfortunately there's a little spot right here that's going to need a touch up. And I have some matte black paint and a little paintbrush, and I think I'll try to touch that up, or maybe I can use the BMW paint that's sort of a pearl. So I think I'll stick with the matte or the satin black spray paints that I have over there on the wall. So yeah, so the next thing coming up for this guy is the digital display by ID4. I'm going to put links in the description for that, and hopefully you guys like it. I am super excited. You can spend about $1,200 if you want to, but I'm going to go ahead and spend $1,800 and get the full-blown display here pretty quickly. So I'm going to update you guys when that comes, but I just want to do a quick little update and throw this back and see if I can actually get a video to work now without crappy video quality. checking out the video from last night. Of course, I'm so critical. I see some spelling mistakes, which are just careless, but I was editing it late at night and it was getting close to bedtime, and you know, things happen. But today we're going to be taking a look at how you wire up a regular receptacle in the wall. But remember, I'm not an electrical, I'm not an electrician, I'm not certified. But I'm going to try to show you guys how to do it anyway. Car's acting weird at low RPM. It's like surging. Anyway, add it to the list of things that are going to break on this car probably. We are headed to the best place on earth, Wally World, Walmart, to pick up some vital groceries for tonight. And then we'll be working on the how-to video, how to wire a standard home receptacle in 4K. Nevertheless, first we got to hit Wally World. And you know, if you're going to Wally World, you're going to Walmart Liquors, which is right on the end there. So you get your food, then you get your drink on right at the corner there. Yeah, this is Walmart, where sometimes you can't even find a freaking parking place. It's so busy. But I parked right here in front of the grocery area, building all these new apartments around it. Wouldn't you like to live right next door to Walmart? That'd be amazing. All right, we're gonna park and go up in this guy and see what we got. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Had a successful trip to Walmart and want to talk a little bit about what it's going to take to wire up a receptacle. Now, this is just a standard receptacle that you can buy at either Home Depot or Lowe's. The duplex receptacle. That's what it looks like right out of the box there. It's your standard Decora, and it just says decorator. So it's either Decora or decorator. Now the difference being, Decora is the square type of plug, and the standard plugs are the round kind. So these tend to be a little bit more, I guess you would say, decorative, like it says on here. Now these are generally about, I don't know, $1-ish. They're cheaper if you want ivory, but nobody wants, I mean, if you want off-white, I guess that's called ivory. But the white ones are a little bit more expensive, not by much. Here's what you get in the package. So let's open this guy up and take a look at it. This is a cheap receptacle from either bought at Walmart or on Amazon, but I will link in the description to where you can get this guy. Before we take a look at how these guys work, you're going to have to know a little bit about how AC current works. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what the difference is between AC current and DC current. And most of you who took electricity in high school, you are already familiar with what's known as DC current, which is basically electricity flowing in a constant direction and possessing a voltage with constant polarity. So the plus is always plus, the minus is always minus. Now, DC is the kind of electricity made by a battery, so that has a definitive positive and a negative terminal there. Or it's the kind that's generated by certain materials rubbing against each other. Now, let's talk about AC versus DC. So as useful and easy as to understand as DC is, it's not the only kind of electricity in use. There are certain types of electricity, most notably rotary electromechanical generators, produce voltages alternating in polarity, reversing positive and negative over time. Now, either as a voltage switching polarity or as a current switching direction back and forth, this kind of voltage is known as alternating current. Okay, so let's talk about the difference. So an AC alternator is constructed to rotate a magnetic field around a stationary set of coils, and that's how that works. And the magnet is basically the voltage across the wire sees the magnet as opposite poles as it passes by them. So that's the difference between AC and DC. And then when you have your AC wiring versus your DC wiring, so your AC wiring generally will have a white and a black wire. Now, so of course the AC stands for alternating current. And this is super essential for you to understand when you have a home that you want to do electrical wiring in. But the way this works is there's 3 wires inside of the wire, the main bundle of wires. There's a hot wire, a neutral wire, and a ground wire. So they are color coded for safety. The colors indicate the function of each wire, and the black is always going to be your hot wire. So when you're doing AC current, that is the wire that goes up to, that is going through your switch and goes up to your light. The white wire is known as the neutral wire. And so the electricity is always going to flow through the hot wire into the device you want to power or to a receptacle. And then the electricity flows back through the neutral wire, and that completes the circuit. Now the ground wire is there to remove extra power in case you have any, and it sends the signal back to the breaker, and that can actually throw the breaker and stop the actual power from going. So the bare wire, it's either green or, green, or it has just bare wire. They always connect to other green ground wires, so remember that when you're actually doing your wiring. You don't want to bypass the ground if you can help it at all. All right, guys, so now that you know about AC current, you realize that there are 2 wires that we're dealing with, and 3 if you include the ground for 110 volt AC. Now this is Molex. This wire is approved National Electrical Code for inside the walls. It gets stapled to your studs there inside the wall. This is what electricians use, and there's different gauges of wire depending on how much amperage that these guys are going to hold. This guy doesn't have it marked clear enough so that I can read it, but this is a lower gauge wire. Now, the higher the number in gauge, the smaller the wire is. This is probably 16, so it's not going to be running some high amperage level. It's probably just designed for a low amperage circuit, which is fine. You just need to know how many devices you're going to be, or how many receptacles you're going to be having, and how much your actual circuit breaker is designed to handle. And this comes in big rolls, so you can buy this stuff off of Amazon, and I'll have a link in the description. So this is called Romex, R-O-M-E-X wire. It's been around for a really long time, and it's got that, shielding on here, and inside of there is a paper around the wire, and there is a white, a black, and a ground inside there. So that's your Romex wire. That's the first thing you need to wire up a receptacle, and hopefully your electrician left this stuffed out of a wall box for you long enough where you can install this guy. Some of the other tools you might need. This is an electrical tester here. So this is designed to test whether there's electricity. You see that it responded with a beep. It also has a nice little light on it. But oh, the lights went out here. Let me go and grab that light so we have a little bit extra. All right, now we got good lighting again. So here is the electrical tester. I will put a link in the description to this guy. Super helpful. And then I also have this electrical tester, which you can tell if you wired up a receptacle wrong. So if you put it in the receptacle, it shows you lights, and this one just lit 2 orange lights, and there's a code right here. saying that that is correctly wired on that one. You probably couldn't see it because the camera's a little bit out of the way. Electrical testers right here. Receptacle from any hardware store or Walmart. Romex wire. These are workman pliers. These guys are designed to deal with cutting Romex. So they're thick, they can cut through this no problem. Workman's pliers, you gotta have those, link in the description. Standard Phillips screwdriver, gotta have that, or a fan head for these. Don't rely on a power tool. That last little crank is what gets you your accurate and your reliable connections here. Wire strippers. Now these are hit and miss with solid copper wire. These things work great with braided wire. I don't think I have any around here. But with copper wire, they tend to fail. I don't know if it's just this exact brand or this one, but it tends to pull. It doesn't actually grab the insulation well enough, and so it tends to strip those insulations off wrong. It works awesome with speaker wires though. So that's a automated stripper, one of the audio installers' favorite friends of all time. Electrical tape. I buy in bulk. This is commercial vinyl electrical tape. I always have a ton of that around, and I'll show you why once we get into the nuts and bolts of doing the actual wiring. Now, the way this receptacle is designed, there are two ways that you can hook this receptacle up. Well, there's probably more than two ways, but the two basic ways that you can make this whole circuit one is either with the screw terminals on the sides or with the push-in terminals on the back. So, what are the differences? Well, a lot of electricians refuse to use these push-in terminals, but yet when I go into a lot of wall receptacles, I see these guys occupied. So somebody's using them. Now, the only drawback to these guys are, depending on the receptacle, this hole might not be big enough to accommodate the wire that you have. Now, this is smaller wire. I feel confident that I can get it in there. Now, the way this works in the back is, you push the wire in and it stays. It's going to lock on. To get it out, you need a small screwdriver. I have one here. So it has a flathead blade. And so you take one of your really small, they make little electrician screwdrivers. You take this little screwdriver, you push it in this notch here to release the wire out of these small holes if you ever need to replace these guys. So let's add that to the list of things you need. You need a small flat blade screwdriver if you're going to use the quick release and quick connect on the back. And if you look closely on this receptacle, when you're facing this receptacle, the white wire always goes to your left. The black wire always goes to your right. If you don't remember, it's written on the back of the receptacle right here. It says white right there. Flip that around and this is white. Now notice also that this receptacle comes with these terminals out. So if you're using these quick connects, you can go ahead and run these terminals in. And if you have a power screwdriver, you can do that quickly. And I will put a link in the description. But here is my handy little Black & Decker quick screwdriver, which has a little blue LED on the front. Put that here with the tools. So first I'm going to show you guys how to strip back the wire. So you want to strip back about 3 or 4 inches if you're doing new Romex. If you're replacing a receptacle inside of a wall, you're already going to have this already stripped back, but this is the installation. So let's add to our tools we need now. You definitely need a razor knife. And this is a Cobalt razor knife. Link in the description. Here's what you do. So you lay that Romex flat, take your razor knife out, and you pull off, go about 4 inches back, you push that razor knife through, Now I've got that sliced nice there. Okay, now notice it just pulls right off. And when we pull it off, you see that there is a paper around the ground. Pull all that back to here. Take your razor knife here and go ahead and cut that off. Don't need that anymore. Throw that in the trash, and here's what you have left. You've got your white, your black, and your ground, all three of those going to the receptacle. Now, if you have an older home, you might not have this ground. Hook it up anyway, if you can, to the receptacle, and then inside the box, you're not going to be able to terminate that anywhere, but go ahead and hook it up here. Now, what you want to do for stripping the wire back is take off about 1/4 of an inch of wire. These handy auto strippers don't work well with this solid copper. So a real electrician will use this. They will just run it around squeeze it around the edge. Now this is really thin wire. You can cut through it really easy. So if you do a little turn like this and then pull out, notice that might not be enough for the push in on the back. You might need a little bit more than that. So let's do the other one just a little bit deeper, maybe like 3/4 of an inch to see what happens. So just a little bit of pressure on this guy and turn your workman pliers, and then take your workman pliers and squeeze. Not too hard, you'll take off the whole thing, but there we have a stripped back set of Romex wires. Now let's take a good look at our receptacle back. Like I said before, we've got white for this side, black for this side. Why are there 4? So let's take a minute to look at why there are 4 screws right here. So directly out of the package for this duplex receptacle, this one from Eaton, this is made by Eaton, you'll notice that there are 4 screws here. The reason being is that from the factory, these guys are always joined together with a copper plate that is right here. Right in the center there's a little copper plate. Now what that plate does is it makes basically this connection one. Doesn't matter if you put the wire on the bottom or the top, as long as this copper plate is still attached. It goes for both sides. Facing this receptacle, left always goes to your white, black always goes to your right. Sorry, white left, black right, if I said that incorrectly. Now, let's say that you want this bottom receptacle to actually control a lamp. Well, in that case, your black wire would be switched from your switch in the wall, and your white wire would be still connected to all the other whites. So how do you do that? Well, it's pretty simple. There's a little tab right here. It's a little copper tab. And if you have a set of needle nose, which I will get out now. Now I have some needle nose in here somewhere. Any pliers will work. You take this tab, you squeeze it with your pliers here, you turn it and turn it and turn it, and this will break off on both sides. You got to do it both times. What does that do? So that separates the circuits here. That makes the top 2 screws independent from these bottom 2 screws. That way you can have your bottom part of your receptacle switched from a switch and your top part constant, or vice versa. So in that case, if you're not familiar with electrical wiring, you would need assistance from an electrician, but basically the output of your black wire from your switch would go to here, and your white wires would all combine together inside the box, and that would go to here, and then this bottom would be switched, or the top if you do these top 2 screws. Doesn't matter if you do top or bottom. So if you separate this little tab here, this becomes a separate circuit. But let's concentrate now on how you do the wiring. And I can tell already this is a little bit too short, so I'm going to take off some more of this guy. So you just squeeze and turn, not too hard, you'll clip right through the Romex sheath, but okay, that didn't do it all the way. So if it doesn't, just try again, and that time I got it. Notice I made a little notch by pressing too hard. And now that we have our bare wires, let's look at the back of the quick connects. There's 2 holes right here where you push in. All you do is push. Clearly labeled white right here. So take your white Romex wire, push that in. Now look at this. It went in. Look at that. I want to show you guys up close, but it went in and that guy is not going anywhere. See how I can't take it out now? All right, so that's what you want on that. Take your black wire, and once again, it's clearly marked. Hot wire here is your black. The other one's neutral. Take your black wire. Get a little bit closer here to the camera. Take your black wire, push it right inside that hole. And notice how it went all the way in with no bare wire. It went all the way. So about half an inch was good. A little bit less than half an inch maybe. Went all the way in to the back. Now this is good. It's wired. Now, if you are just using quick connects, now you can take your nice electric drill and run these in. Run the other side in like this. Now, more than likely inside your electrical box, you're going to have more peeled back than this from the Romex insulation, because you need to be able to bend this about like this, like that, to push it inside the box. And notice I made a U shape. That's how you push it inside your electrical box, to then use these 2 screws to screw it into the box. Okay, and then your wall plate goes over the top of that. Now, don't forget your ground. Now let's talk about the way you bend the wires for screws, because we got to do that for this ground right here. So you always want to bend your wire the direction that your screw is turning. So in this case, it's clockwise. So we take our workman pliers, we go to the end of the ground. Ground doesn't have a quick connect. All we do is turn like that. You notice I made a nice hook right there, okay? All right, now we take our ground. You'll see the green screw at the bottom. You always want to go the direction your screwdriver's turning. It's got some safety catches right here, and we just wrap it around the safety catch so that the wire touches these 2 little metal tabs that are there. That keeps the wire from backing out. I don't know if you can see it there. There's a little tab right there, and there's one on the other side. Now, we take our manual screwdriver, we're using screws, and it wants to pop out, of course, and we tighten. And a lot of times it's going to come out, so you got to keep pressure on it. Like that didn't stay in all the way. It's not properly in there. It's got to be in all the way. And if it gives you problems, take out the hook and make it a little bit more pronounced. Put that bad boy back in. Hold pressure on it like this while you're screwing it in. So I'm pushing on the wire with my thumb to keep that pressure on so it doesn't back out. Give it a good, nice twist there. Really tight, all right? So check it out. So that's how you properly put in the ground. And then you take these back wires, you make that U shape, and you push it right into that electrical box, and then you screw that in. Okay, this receptacle is ready to go. Let's pretend this other end is connected somewhere up in the wall. Okay, so we're good to go on that one. Now, let's say you don't want to use the quick connects. Well, there's another way to hook this up. So let's talk about disconnecting this. The ground's always going to be there, but let's take our little flathead screwdriver and try to get out what we already connected. So look in the back here, and there's a notch below where the wires go right here. You see that right there? That is the quick disconnect. Put our screwdriver in there, push, and at the same time we try to pull out our wire. And if it's difficult, your screwdriver might be too big, so that one's not working. So let's get a smaller screwdriver. Here's a very small one. You can almost feel, okay, see that? It pops right out. you can feel when the notch goes inside and it releases the wire. So let's try that again here with the black wire. Came right out. See that? So that is how you remove a receptacle that has used quick disconnects. There's a little notch right there below. You see the screwdrivers in the notch? That's it. That is what you do. Now, let's talk about how you wire this up the other way, and that is through the screws, which a lot of electricians are die-hard about. So the way to do that is open up your screws all the way. Now, don't go too far. They'll come out. You'll feel the stopper right there. Notice I've got these screws out as far as they can go out here. See them on the side there? Okay. So this guy's ready to accept these wires. Now remember what I said, guys. Always bend your wire the direction of the screw turning. So if the white wire goes forward, the screw goes clockwise. Let's bend it that way. Take your workman's pliers. Now it's got to bend towards the front of the receptacle because the screw turns that way. So I'm going to take this guy here and bend it this way. And now we've got a nice, and use your workman pliers to close that up a little bit if you have to, and also manipulate it. That's what they're for. Makes working with wiring easy. Now I've got a nice U right there. See that, guys? All right. Take that and put it around the screw now. And now what you do is you pull pressure towards, you put pressure on that screw. Go ahead and tighten that up while you have pressure on it. And once it gets tight, go ahead and bear down on it. That guy's in there all the way. See that? And it's always white on the left. Remember that. Now this other guy, your black wire, actually turns backwards away from the front of this. So we're going to bend that backwards. Take your workman's pliers. Bend a nice hook. Squeeze it if you have to make the hook more pronounced. Take that, put it around your screw. Hold pressure with your thumb. Take that and tighten it down. If it pops out, try it again. Redo your bend if you have to. One good turn, that's not going anywhere. All right, now, both of these guys are hooked up now because of that tab is still in place here. That metal tab right there is still there, so the bottom screws are powered too. Take your wiring and make your little U shape like that. Push it in the box, and then take your screwdriver and screw it into the box with these two screws. Then your roll plate goes into these two holes right there. So this receptacle is properly wired now. Now, can you run another receptacle off of this? Absolutely you can. That's what these bottom screws are for. Generally, they will take another piece of Romex, come off these bottom screws, and they'll feed the next receptacle down the wall. Now, one of them obviously is the start point. So if this is the last receptacle, this is where you stop. If it's the first or the middle ones, you're going to have wires coming out of here and going to your next set of receptacles. But if this is a switched bottom part of a receptacle, it'll be a totally separate wire. So that is how you wire up a receptacle in your wall. Now, if you're just replacing the existing receptacles, always remember, try not to cut too much wiring off, because if you do, you won't have enough reach to get the new wire onto the screws or into the quick connects. Now, one last thing that I like to do, and this is all just literally up to whether you feel like doing it or not. Take your electrical tape here. Got a set of regular electrical tape, a roll here. Of course, it's annoying, you can't find the end, but take that electrical tape here and take that out like this. And the screws are kind of in the way here, but put it under the screw and wrap that guy like this. Again, you got to get it under the screw here, so when you go to the bottom, kind of go underneath the screws that hold in the receptacle to the wall, and wrap that guy like this, and Bingo. Pull that tape off. All right, now, so what does that do? So basically that prevents any kind of short when you are working on these receptacles, and it just really is just an added measure of insulation and protection for these guys. So see how I wrapped and you have to go underneath the screw there. And that is how you wire up a receptacle, guys. Now, of course, the opposite, once you're on the screw, is self-explanatory. Let's pull off our tape here. Got our tape off. Opposite, self-explanatory. However, the one tricky thing is sometimes it's hard to get off this hook. Just, you got to kind of manhandle the wire to get it off. And then same with this guy. If it's kind of stuck in there, turn the screw all the way till it won't turn anymore. And then you just kind of bend the wire around it. Same with the ground. And then take that wire and bend it around it, and then you have uninstalled your receptacle. Once you are done, take your tester, if you feel like it, test that wire. So here's how a good example of turn the power back on first, obviously. Power will show on this. Take your tester. This shows you if you wired it right. We got 2 orange lights. 2 orange lights on the bottom of this means it is properly wired. And you have put a receptacle in, guys. Can you believe it? You did it. I got faith in you guys. If you need any help, hit me up. Feel free, leave me a message. We can email back and forth. First things first, go out and get all these tools you need. Be prepared. It's nice to have all the tools you need and not have to do anything, you know, halfway. These are tools that are a necessity if you're doing electrical work. I do a lot of my own electrical work here, so I keep my tools. If you take a few minutes every time you're done to put your tools back, you will always have them the next time. And the Romex and everything that you need, all the electrical tape, I'll have links to that in the description. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I hope to see you next time. Peace. Bon voyage. Oh my God, she's insane.
Wow!
You're crazy.
Girl!
I told you. Guys, out here in the Supercar Street Racing matte black garage, there's a surprise coming for this guy. But what we're doing today is we are going to be removing the Trojan batteries from this guy. They are shot and they need to be taken out. So we're going to go in there and remove them. And at the same time, we actually get to see what controller we have finally. And that's today on Supercar Street Racing. All right, so the first thing we have to do right here, right now, is get this seat off because it is blocking the lovely batteries. We no longer need this charger, probably ever again. And the seat can just sit happily right here while we disassemble this entire unit. Pretty much everything with red gets 48 volts. Okay, wow. I wasn't expecting the batteries to be that heavy. They are beasts. Got all the batteries out, and now we are going to clean out this. Made a mess underneath there with all the corrosion that fell out. But I'm going to try to clean this out as best I can. It's going to be difficult. I don't know. I'll give it a shot. Now that we got everything out of here, I'm going to go ahead and vacuum out as much as I can. And we'll get a good shot of that. All right, I got the golf cart all nice and detailed and ready for the eco battery install. And I am about to call those guys here at 9 o'clock and see what the deal is with getting the eco battery and the AC motor and controller. And then I'll update you guys after that. But this thing is ready. The engine bay is cleaned out, and let's get to getting. All right, everybody, to part 2 of the lithium-ion golf cart install. And as you can see here, it's been a bad day today. And actually, it's my birthday, and it started off badly. Welcome to part 2 of the golf cart lithium ion conversion. And we are in Rich's truck because guess what? All my golf cart conversion parts, which are in the back here, in the back, and in the bed, got sent to the wrong address. So I have no clue how this happened, but I guess at one point in time I had ordered a hose for the BMW and it got shipped to my BMW repair shop. So yeah, now we're in this gnarly line for traffic and have to get back to work on my birthday, and then we will update you as we get updates. Let's go, people. Moving on. All right, guys, back in the garage with the lithium ion conversion for the golf cart. And today we're going to try to get this motor and controller mounted on this plate here. So stay tuned. We're going to go ahead and get all of our parts laid out back here on the back of the golf cart. And right here we have our mounting plates for the battery, mounting hardware for the battery, bolt hardware, flange black, that must be also for the battery. This is the on-the-fly controller. We don't need that right now. That can go back here in the back. This is the gauge for the Eco battery charging system, or the voltage, whatever. We don't need that right now. This is the charge port. We don't need that right now. Wiring, we don't need. Solenoid. Don't know where that went. Solenoid is here. This is an empty box now. Can go away. There is the solenoid. Not sure what that's for. We'll have to watch the video. That either. AC motor adapter harness. Okay, we need that. This looks like the mounting plate for the controller, so we need that. This box is smarter than me at this point. And this looks like the hardware for mounting the plate. I don't know why there's two different pages. One is for, oh, that's Easy Go, that's Club Car. Okay, so now we got to open up a video to see what to do next, but I think we can go ahead and remove the solenoid from the motor plate. Not motor plate, controller plate. All right, the first step is done. The controller has already been removed from the plate, so that was step one. So we will, after that, move on to step 2. Okay, so we need to remove this pink wire. It will later have a ring terminal on it, so that needs to come off. Go ahead and do that now. All right, so that is the second step done. Okay, the next step here is to remove the activation wire. So I'm going to go around to the other side of the cart for that. And your activation wires are blue right here on the solenoid. And blue with white. And I'm going to go ahead and label those now. Got my label maker here. I'm going to go ahead and print a cable wire out that says activation or activation, because this is out of labels. Got a new label pack installed. Let's go ahead and print. See if it works. That's perfect. Was that a wire label? Yep, it was. It puts more on the front so you can overlap it together. I'll show you guys that here in a sec. So sometimes it works out great with me. Sometimes I do it wrong because it just takes a lot of like precise putting the label on. So the way this works is like this. I think. You go half. And if you stick it, it's broken, but it just goes just like that. And there is your activation wire done. Okay, next up we got to remove the solenoid, so we're going to take off the 1/2-inch bolts. More nuts. Right here. And we are actually going to be not needing this one because we are putting a ring connector on the one that goes there. And we're replacing this cable as well, I believe. Of course I dropped it. And where did it go? Right there. That one's already off. And there's a jumper between them. I'm not sure what that's for. I'm gonna put it back. I don't know what that is. And then your solenoid just slides out. Our light just went off. Solenoid's supposed to slide out. May need to be hammered out. This solenoid is being stubborn, but I believe, yeah, just pops out just like that. And this is an All Right, is the brand, All Right, which is hilarious. All right, since we are converting this cart to AC, we do not need the onboard computer there. Backing up one step, we're actually going to remove the charging port. Now we need to take off the forward reverse switch. This one on the right, you don't have to take off completely. I did it anyway. These ones in the back have to be loosened up. All right, those are loose. I could have left that one on the front driver side loose, but I did remove it and put it in a plastic bag for safekeeping. So what we're basically going to be doing here is picking up the body and removing this plate. Just like that. So there's actually bolts holding on this bottom panel. They're big ones. I hope I have the right torques. This guy over here I had to drill out. All right, I got the controller and solenoid plate completely out. This actually needs to be cleaned up and painted and stuff, so I'm going to go ahead and do that while I have it out. And now we can work on getting the charge port out, completely out. It's disconnected already. And now this is what's left. And it comes out. And that is it for the charge port. And the OBC is done. All right, I'm going to go ahead and prep this motor plate.
Hey everybody, we're getting ready to put in these really cool lights that my brother sent me. Okay, we're getting ready to start this project. We're starting on the corner where our power supply is. Now we're getting ready to get this awesome piece of equipment out. Okay, made it up to the top. Hey everybody, we're getting ready to put in these really cool lights that my brother sent me. I've got my friend Joe here helping me, Beckett and Company. If anybody's interested or needs any lights put up, he's a great guy to call. Or anything else you need, home restoration or anything. This is how it came. Looks like a big mess, but we're gonna figure it out. And first thing we're gonna do is lay everything out on the ground to make sure of how far we can go with them. I've already got my power source laid out. What I'm doing is, so here we go. We're getting ready to start this project. We're starting on the corner where our power supply is.
Here.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm thinking right there and then just go up from there.
Okay.
Or should, oh wait, no. Well, that's not going to really show up on the house, is it?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, there you go. See, I'm afraid to go too far around the corner because I don't want to use up too much of it in case we don't have, 150 foot of it.
Why not just start right there on the edge?
Yeah, let's start on the edge, like what she's saying.
No, I'm talking about up on the...
Well, it's got to be on that under part. It's got to be 3 inches from the house. So I can, I think that's, just do that. Yeah. Well,
2 inches, that's about 10 inches.
Yeah, do about, right there. Okay, so we're getting started on our first light, putting it right in the corner by our power supply, and then we'll go from there. We're going to use screws on it. We did stick it up, it stayed, and we're going to reinforce it with a screw. So it's actually pretty easy. You don't have to buy any extra clamps or anything. Now we're getting ready to get this awesome piece of equipment out. I'm not sure what you call it, but it's really cool.
It's called a lift.
It's called a lift. And that's, it's kind of like a mini crane. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I didn't realize it was going to be on this truck. I thought it was like something that you drove around in.
Oh, it does.
That is super cool. Wow.
Would it help if one of us got on the ladder and pushed that up for you?
The screw's going through. It's got a little tab. Oh, okay, so yeah, pretty cool.
They're so tiny. He's sticking it up with the sticky tape first, so it'll at least hold there, and then he's putting the screw in it.
It works a lot better if you stick them.
Yay! This is the best part of it all. Cal, I can go upstairs and hand them through the window. I can hand them through the window upstairs. You're only getting one more try. Throw it in the plant holder. In the window box. Oh no. Throw it in the window box. Oh no, now it busted open.
Got him! Got him!
It busted open. Okay, made it up to the top.
Do you need your jacket?
We can train a bird up here.
It's dark out, but we're making progress. It's light where you are. What color would you like me to put on for you? Pick your poison. I think we're gonna have to, don't you, to get them up there, or what do you have another idea? Oh, I see what you're saying. All right, it's nighttime and we're still working, but God, it looks so good. It is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
Hey guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. My name is Brad, and you just saw Sister Car Street Racing, who is Denise, installing her new SMI Titan lights, I'm trying to get that pronunciation right, on her house over in Mississippi. Now, SMI Titan was so generous to go ahead and send a set of their 150-foot permanent outdoor lights to Sister Car Street Racing so she could go ahead and install them on her house. But there was only one caveat: she had to make a video for me, and I think she did an awesome job on her first try. And I enjoyed the way that they showed us how they had the lift at their house to put the lights up on the gables, which is something that can be difficult without something like that. You would normally be like on top of the house, hanging over underneath and looking underneath, or you would have an extension ladder to do it as well. Now, the SMI Titan lights are $249 right now, but they have a $75 coupon on them. So go ahead and click through our affiliate links to buy your SMI Titan lights for your house. Now, there are a lot of competitors for this market segment, so a lot of companies are coming out with some of the same products, but go ahead and give SMI Titan a look if you're looking for a lower cost alternative to someone like Govee. Now, I do have the Govee outdoor permanent lights on my house. They were not sponsored. I was not given those lights. I actually had to purchase them. But SMI Titan went ahead and gave Sister Car Street Racing these lights, and she is installing the rest of them right now. They are on the last cable, but I wanted to go ahead and get this video out to you guys. So when she's done, we're going to do a follow-up video on the full install. She'll go ahead and walk around and show you guys what she did. And guys, please support the channel by buying all your Amazon products through any of our links in the description. You can click any of our links and buy anything you want. It gives us a few dollars to keep the channel going so we can bring you better and more content. And please like and subscribe. It means so much to us when you do that. It helps the channel so greatly. You have no idea. And we're so glad you're here. If it's your first time, welcome. If it's your second time, thank you for returning. Now we have to get out of here. Joe Dukes is coming over with a bunch of alcohol. Guys, I might have figured this out, and I think we're going to be able to install this now. It was a process, but I am about to try it. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we're going to show you how to install Kodi on a show device. That's right. You didn't think it was possible. You thought you were locked down, but guess what? If you got one of these, you can put it on there. Back in front of the Show 15 now, where we're going to show you guys how to install Kodi on this device. So the first thing you have to do this is a Show 15. I'm not going to say the name because it will wake up. Once you have the Show 15, you will get a prompt that asks you if you'd like to upgrade your experience to the Fire TV experience. You go ahead and upgrade this device to the Fire TV experience, where you will come back and you will see this little dot right here. See that? Right there. Once you have that, then you're well on your way to getting Kodi. So guys, what is Kodi? So Kodi is a multimedia app that has been around for a really, really long time. And it used to be called XBMC for Xbox Media Center. They did change the name. Now, what is important about this Kodi app is that people write add-ons for it. And you can actually download add-ons to watch certain things. I won't tell you what, because obviously we're not going to be breaking the law here. But a good app like this might assist you in watching certain things. It has all kinds of apps. You can also actually just play multimedia from a server. You can install apps directly onto Kodi, like YouTube, if you would like. But the important thing is you can install these add-ons. These are video add-ons. And to do that, you have to find the repository and install them from the repository, which I will show you here momentarily. But this is Kodi. All right, let's quickly go over what you have to do to install Kodi on your Echo Show 15. First, you go into the Fire TV. You go ahead and go to Find. And you search for the Developer menu. Developer Tools menu there. Here it is. Go ahead and open that. It pops up this little window. You can just hit the back button on your remote or either on the display remote. You're going to have Toolless installed as well. So go ahead and do that, and you're going to have File Explorer installed as well. When you press on them, you should be able to install them. Now let's go get Kodi TV. So we can hit back button here or back on the remote. So we will need the downloader for that. So back to the home screen. Go to Find. Try that again. Find, search for downloader. There it is there. Go ahead and install downloader. Once it's installed, open it up. Now it's telling you that there's limited functionality for touch. So now, once you have downloader installed, you browse to either this full link or you go to Kodi.tv. And remember, this is limited touch. So if we just go to Kodi.tv, if you don't want to type in that whole link, you're going to have to get the 32-bit version. Go to the little menu here. Go to download. Go to Android, the little Android robot. Get the 32-bit version. The 64-bit version will not work. It will go ahead and download. Once it's done, it's going to attempt to install, which is going to fail. This doesn't work because when you hit settings, it's just going to disappear. So just click done on downloader. Or actually, you have to use your remote. Again, the touch doesn't work on a lot of things. Click the home button here or on the screen to get back to your Fire TV mode. Go into your apps. Find your Developer Tools menu. Open that. Just hit the back button to get out of that. Now, on File Explorer, you have to use your remote. Again, see how it says limited touch? You're going to want to go to your downloader folder where you downloaded that Kodi. Select the one you just downloaded. I have a couple in here. So just select it with the middle button or on the screen. Click Cut. Hit the back button either here or on the screen remote. Go to Download and paste it. Once that's pasted, Go back, back again. Go into Toolless. Right there. Toolless, or whatever it's called. Open that. Find your download folder. Find the app you just copied. It's one. These are old. I've done it a couple of times now. But open up the Kodi app. It will then say continue, and it will install, and it will finish. And then once it's done, you will see that if you go to the home screen now, and you go to all your apps, you have this wonderful Kodi. There is proof that Kodi works on the Show 15. And then now we will show you how to put a good app like the Crew into this. Okay, now that we have this installed, you're going to want to put something in it. So to do that, you need to get a add-on. So if you go to Settings, File Manager, Add Source, Browse, click enter a name for this, call it Crew, and then click none where it says path. Okay, so here is the path, https://team-crew.github.io. Click OK. Click OK. Click back. I'm just going to use the remote because it's easier. Go to add-ons. The touch works. Install from zip file. Yes. You'll have to enable unknown sources when it gives you the warning. You can enable unknown sources. Come back here, click on the Crew. There's the repository. It is installing now. There we go, add-on installed. Now install from repository. Click the Crew repo. Click video add-ons. Click the Crew, install, and then OK. It is installing now. Shouldn't take too long. It's at 7%. At 20. We'll be back. Oh, it's already at 7. I was gonna pause it, but it's almost done, and now it is installed. Let's hit the back button on the remote here. And go back to the home. Now we have the Crew. And you can proceed to enjoy your favorite things on your Echo Show 15. Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Please like and subscribe to the channel if this was helpful, and we will see you next time. Alright guys, welcome back to the channel. I did not have a chance to do an intro on this before it happened, but you guys can see right here that my buddy just came over and installed my new entryway door from the garage into my kitchen, and I wanted it to be special, and sure enough, it is special. Check it out, guys. So we have a full glass door going out to the garage, which I love. Now that means you can see what's happening inside the garage, and it's kind of a nice sight to look at. So I really wanted a new door for the kitchen. I love the way new doors seal and the way that they look and feel. They're just so much more airtight, they're so much more energy efficient, and I did get brand new door in the front, and I did get a brand new door in the front, and I got new windows as well. So they just came, they put in this special order door here. You can see it is glass, just has a strip of wood all the way up and all the way to the bottom. And then also we did do another Eufy security video doorbell lock. So we use the same exact setup we have on the SCSR studios here. We do have the Eufy door lock and doorbell and video combined in this unit, just like on the studio. And then down here we do have just a regular lock, which I will link to both of those in the description. This one also has the capability to key lock, but the most important thing is this is a smart video doorbell lock that also interfaces with my existing chime in the living room there. So whenever you ring this, the chime in the living room does go off, which I love. I don't have to put a second chime anywhere, although I might be able to if I really want to. Now let's step outside into the SCSR garage and see how this looks from the outside. Okay, here we are in the Supercar Street Racing garage taking a look at the new entryway door, and I have a feeling after looking at this, I am going to want this door to be red. I just think it will look so cool red because we have the red stripe up above there. So it's either going to be black or red, but I am leaning towards red right now. My only worry is I'm not really good at painting, so I'm worried about getting paint on the glass here. It's going to have to be masked off kind of perfect in order for that not to happen, but then also paint tends to run underneath the tape sometimes, so I might hire a professional to do this. And of course the door lock's got to come back off when it's time to paint, and I have to redo the paint around this as well because it got kind of messed up, and I might be able to just wipe that off. Let's see if that'll just wipe off. All right, most of the stuff around the door just wiped off, and then of course the breaker just popped, so I had to reset the breaker for the second time today. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this new door, but that's going to do it for us today. We'll see you guys very, very soon on another episode of Supercar Street Racing. Later. Check out this dude. Hawkage. Sitting on the pond. Oh, bye-bye, Hawkage. I'm sorry you don't like me anymore and you flew away. So you guys are familiar with OpenAI ChatGPT, right? Well, today I asked OpenAI to write his own version of Little Red Riding Hood, and then I let him both edit it and voice over it. Let's see what happened. Tell me about Little Red Riding Hood in your own words.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Little Red Riding Hood who lived in a small village at the edge of a dense forest. One day, her mother asked her to take a basket of food to her grandmother who lived on the other side of the forest. Little Red Riding Hood happily agreed and set off on her journey. As she walked through the forest, she met a sly wolf who asked her where she was going. Little Red Riding Hood, being an innocent child, told the wolf where she was headed. The wolf then suggested that Little Red Riding Hood take a longer path to her grandmother's house, so that he could reach the grandmother's house before her and eat her up. The wolf managed to reach the grandmother's house first and disguised himself as the grandmother. When Little Red Riding Hood arrived, she was surprised to see that her grandmother looked different, but the wolf explained that he was feeling unwell and that his appearance had changed. Little Red Riding Hood was then tricked by the wolf and eaten up. But luckily, a woodcutter nearby heard her cries for help and rescued her and her grandmother from the wolf's belly. They all lived happily ever after, having learned the importance of being cautious around strangers. Little Red Riding Hood is a popular fairy tale character, known for her distinctive red hooded cloak. In many versions of the story, Little Red Riding Hood is depicted as a young girl with a kind heart who is tasked with taking food or medicine to her sick or elderly grandmother who lives alone in a cottage in the woods. While on her way, Little Red Riding Hood meets a wolf who tries to trick her into revealing where she is going and then leads her off the path to her grandmother's house. The wolf then eats the grandmother and disguises himself as her, waiting for Little Red Riding Hood to arrive. The wolf tricks Little Red Riding Hood into getting close enough to him so that he can eat her too. However, in most versions of the story, Little Red Riding Hood is rescued by a woodcutter or hunter who hears her cries for help and saves her and her grandmother. The story of Little Red Riding Hood has been retold and adapted in many different forms, including books, plays, and movies, and it continues to be a popular story for children and adults alike. Some versions of the story have altered the ending or added more characters, such as a father or a romantic interest for Little Red Riding Hood, but the central theme of caution around strangers remains an important message for readers of all ages. Little Red Riding Hood is a European fairy tale that has been retold and adapted many times over the years. The story typically involves a young girl, known as Little Red Riding Hood, who is sent by her mother to deliver food to her grandmother, who lives in the woods. On her way, she meets a wolf who convinces her to take a longer path so that he can reach her grandmother's house first and eat her. In some versions of the story, the wolf eats both Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother, while in others, a hunter or woodsman saves them by cutting open the wolf's stomach. The tale is often seen as a cautionary tale about the dangers of talking to strangers and wandering into the woods alone. The origins of the story are unclear, but it is thought to have been passed down through oral tradition for many generations before being recorded in written form. The earliest known printed version of the tale was published in 1697 by French author Charles Perrault, who added some of the most famous elements to the story, such as the Red Hood and the moral at the end. Since then, the story has been adapted into countless forms, including plays, films, and books. It has been retold in many different cultures and languages, with variations ranging from humorous to dark and violent. The story revolves around a little girl named Red Riding Hood, who sets out to visit her sick grandmother who lives in a cottage in the forest. Before leaving, Red's mother warns her to stay on the path and not talk to strangers. However, as she walks through the forest, Red meets a wolf who asks her where she's going. Red innocently tells him she's on her way to visit her grandmother. The wolf then decides to take advantage of Red's naivety and sets off to the grandmother's cottage himself, where he devours the old woman and disguises himself in her clothing and bed. When Red arrives at the cottage, the wolf pretends to be her grandmother and tricks her into coming closer. However, Red quickly realizes that something is wrong and sees through the wolf's disguise. Fortunately, a nearby woodsman hears the commotion and saves Red and her grandmother by killing the wolf.
All right, we are back, and I have not watched this yet. I wanted to watch it first with you guys. You guys have already seen it. I have not, so let's go ahead and give this a play.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Little Red Riding Hood who lived in a small village at the edge of a dense forest.
Okay, not bad.
One day, her mother asked her to take a basket
Girl
of
and
food
her
to
grandma,
her grandmother
okay.
who lived on the other side of the forest. Little Red Riding Hood happily agreed and set off on her journey.
Debatable.
As she walked through the forest,
The wolves
she met
are
a sly
good, that
wolf who
actually
asked
matches.
her where she was going. Little Red Riding Hood, being an innocent
I mean,
child,
it's a little
told the
girl
wolf
with
where she
bubbles.
was headed.
Not sure if that's
The wolf then suggested
pertinent.
that Little
What are the
Red
people
Riding Hood
swimming?
take a longer path to her
Like, what
grandmother's
is
house
this?
so that he could reach the grandmother's house before her and eat her up. The wolf managed to reach the grandmother's house first
It's
and
a house,
disguised
I
himself
mean,
as the
kinda
grandmother.
fits.
When Little Red Riding Hood arrived, she was surprised to see that her grandmother looked different, but the wolf explained that he was feeling unwell and that his appearance had changed.
Not bad.
Little Red Riding Hood
Another
was then
house, so
tricked by
just
the
kind
wolf
of a
and eaten up.
generic.
But luckily, a woodcutter nearby
That's
heard
a
her cries
woodcutter.
for help and rescued her and her grandmother from the wolf's belly. They all lived happily ever after, having learned the importance of being cautious around strangers.
Grandma?
Little Red Riding Hood
Okay,
is a
that
popular
actually
fairy
is
tale
a Little
character
Red Riding
known for
Hood,
her
maybe,
distinctive
except for
red-hooded
the
cloak. In many
superhero
versions of the story,
mask
Little Red
there.
Riding Hood is depicted as a young girl with a kind
And now
heart
it's just
who is
kind of going
tasked
off
with
on a
taking food or
tangent
medicine
about
to her sick or
the
elderly
story.
grandmother who lives alone in a
How
cottage
it,
in the woods.
what it's about, and
While on
what
her
it
way,
means.
Little Red Riding Hood meets a wolf who tries to trick her
That,
into
yeah, the
revealing
forest
where
shot
she
is not
going
too
and then
bad.
leads her off the path to her grandmother's house. The wolf then eats the grandmother and disguises himself as her, waiting
True.
for Little Red Riding Hood to arrive. The wolf tricks Little Red Riding Hood into getting close enough to him so that
Bicycle
he can eat her
tricks,
too.
I guess?
However, in
totally
most versions
doesn't
of the
fit.
story, Little Red Riding Hood is rescued by a woodcutter.
This kind of
or
fits
hunter
what
who
he's
gives her
actually
cries for help
saying,
and
but not
saves
the
her and her
story
grandmother.
itself.
The story of Little Red Riding Hood has been retold and adapted in many
Yeah,
different
I mean,
forms,
it's a
including
library.
books, plays, and movies, and it continues to be a popular story for children and adults alike. Some versions of the story have altered the ending or added more characters.
Again,
such as
I
a
had
father
nothing
or
to
a
do with these
romantic
scene
interest for
choices.
Little Red Riding Hood, but the central theme of caution
I think
around
it's working so
strangers
far,
remains
mostly.
an important message for readers of all ages. Little Red Riding Hood is a European fairy tale that has been retold
Unicorn?
and adapted many times over the years.
Blade Runner?
The story typically involves
Hey,
a young
there's a
girl
unicorn.
known as Little Red Riding Hood, who is sent by her mother to
That has
deliver
literally
food to her
nothing to do with
grandmother,
it.
who lives in the woods. On her way, she meets a wolf.
Or
who
this
convinces
is
her
like
to
a guy
take along
running through
path
the
so that he
streets
can
of a
reach her
city.
grandmother's house first and eat her. In some versions of the story, the wolf eats both Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother.
You
while
could
in
make
others,
this
a
fit.
hunter or
You can't
woodsman
see her
saves them
back.
by
Maybe
cutting
she's got
open
a
the
red
wolf's
hood
stomach.
on. Who
The
knows?
tale is often seen as a cautionary tale about the dangers
This
of
kind of
talking to
fits
strangers
what
and wandering
the
into the
AI
woods
is
alone.
saying, but not the
origins
story,
of
and
the
that's
story are unclear, but it
some
is
sort
thought
of
to have been
instrument.
passed
I
down
don't
through
know
oral
what
tradition
that
for many generations
has to
before
do
being
with
recorded in
anything.
written form. The earliest known printed version of the tale was published in 1697
Maybe you could call
by
this
French author
okay.
Charles Perrault, who added some of the most famous elements to the story, such as the red hood and the moral at the end. Since then, the story has been adapted into countless forms,
Okay, I think
including
it
plays,
took the word
films,
film
and
on
books.
this one, and
It
like
has been retold in many
I don't
different
know what
cultures and
welcome
languages, with variations
languages.
ranging
Okay, I
from
put
humorous to
welcome in
dark and
every
violent.
language.
The story revolves around a little girl named
And now
Red
it's sort of
Riding
going
Hood
off
who
on a
sets out to
tangent
visit
about
her
the
sick
story
grandmother
again.
who
Same
lives
thing.
in a cottage in the forest. Before leaving, Red's mother warns her to stay on the path
Red.
and not talk to strangers.
It keyed in on the word
However, as she
red.
walks through the forest,
Now this
Red
girl's got
meets
a red
wolf who
shirt
asks her
on.
where
She's
she's going.
walking, so I think
Red
it's sort of
innocently
got
tells him
that
she's on her
wrong.
way to visit her grandmother. The wolf then decides to take advantage of Red's naivety and
I mean,
sets
this
off to
could
the
work.
grandmother's
Like, I
cottage
mean, you
himself,
could throw
where
it
he
in there,
devours the
nobody
old
would
woman
really
and
ever
disguises
notice.
himself in her clothing and bed. When Red arrives at the cottage, the wolf pretends to
No
be her
driving at
grandmother
all in
and
the
tricks her into
story. I
coming
don't
closer.
know what that's about.
However, Red quickly realizes that something
Looks
is
like
wrong
the
and sees
Humpty
through the
dance.
wolf's disguise.
Humpty Hump.
Fortunately, a nearby woodsman hears the commotion and saves Red and her grandmother by killing the wolf.
Just like that has nothing to do with it. Okay, so that's it. That's the OpenAI and artificial intelligence version of Little Red Riding Hood. I thought it would be funny to just let it do everything and then see the reaction afterwards, and that was pretty funny. Guys, thanks for joining me today. We'll see you next time. Guys, back in the Supercar Street Racing Garage, you're starting a very ambitious project in here. Guys, part one of the garage remodel project is done, and it came out amazing. Yes, there are some little dots on the ceiling. You can see through the paint, but I painted on this for hours and hours, so it will have to be touched up at some other point. But I have put the paint away for the day. I've been painting since about 4 a.m. and it is now 3 in the afternoon. We painted everything black. The walls are black, the ceiling is black, and then what we will do next is we're going to paint a red stripe right across the top there, which ends right at the black right there. It's gonna go as wide as that bulkhead right there. Now what we need to do is get this place cleaned up and get the car back in. And I have already decided to keep this garage as clean of a look as possible, so I'm gonna move as much as I can out to the shed and clean up this place massively. Now let's get to work and get this place clean. So right here, I'm basically just preparing to reorganize the garage. I had a plan to just get my toolbox all in shape and get my cabinets all in shape and try to move as much stuff from the toolbox and the walls up into the cabinets and just get some reorganization going. Alright guys, in this section of the video, all I'm doing right here is just starting on reorganizing my toolbox. Basically, everything in there gets messed up over time as you just do a lot of projects. You know how that goes. So this part of the video is me reorganizing my toolbox and moving things up to the cabinet above there. Now you can also see here in the upper right hand corner of the screen, and I'll zoom in here, that I have already started labeling and organizing the cabinets above the washer and dryer. All right, we are back in the garage, and I just wanted to give you guys a full tour of what happened in this video. So basically, this whole video today was to get my tools and my cabinets up here reorganized. So what we did from the very start was we took every bit of the tools out of this toolbox, put them all out, laid them out all nicely, figured out how we were going to reorganize the toolbox. And then what we did is we went ahead and moved things into the appropriate drawers. And for example, like on the front of this, you can see that this is screwdrivers, vice grips, and files and things like that. It's just kind of an overview of what is actually in the top. And you can see I have all my files there, my chisels, my small screwdrivers, my big screwdrivers, my vice grips, and a whole bag here of Allen wrenches. And I have it kind of labeled right there for the next drawer, which is Allen wrenches, measuring tape, wrenches, and sockets. Actually, this is for the top drawer. This is for this drawer. So it's a little bit different. There's not room to put anything right there. So this is for the top. This is for the top. And then this is for the second drawer. And so we have all of our wrenches and sockets in this drawer all organized really nice and laid out pretty cool. And moving on to the next drawer, we have the pliers in here. So anything to do with pliers, electrical pliers, those big vice grips and anything goes in this drawer. And my wire strippers are somewhere else now, but they were in this drawer. I moved them out because it was too crowded. You can see right there, there's just too much going on. And in the next drawer, we got the electrical and the stud finder. All the electrical stuff is there, including the strippers, the crimp tool, my meter tester, my electrical tape and solder and things like that, and my stud finder. That's all labeled pretty nice right there. And the bottom drawer, looks like our label is coming off, but this is where I keep all my miscellaneous screws and nails. I also have my laser level, my label maker, my drywall saw, and a few other little things in there. And now moving up to the cabinets, this is where I needed a lot of work. Over the years, things just get messy in there, and I wanted to redo this whole thing and get as much off of that wall as I could because I had everything on pegs there. So I reorganized everything really nice up in this cabinet. So you can see right here, right now, we got like all our switches and wall plates are right there. Our electrical boxes are right up here. We've got smart devices. There aren't any in there right now, but I know I'll be using that. We've got LED bulbs and landscape lights right there. Anything to do with fasteners and screws, electrical connectors, and drywall anchors, all labeled out really nicely and sitting so fly in this cabinet. On top of this cabinet, I have storage. So I just put some old boxes from various things that I wanted to save above. And then also up there, well, oops, I turned on the washing machine. Also up there is the, for the garage, the amplifier and the subwoofer for the garage. And now on this side of the cabinet is where we have more heavy tools. So we have our jigsaw, our heat gun, our levels, our Dremel, and anything to do with drilling and screwing, I put right up there. You can see that looks so nice. And then my drill and my impactor right there, and my wire drill behind that. Cutting accessories here like saw blades and all that. And then of course, when I put these cabinets up, I hung power in the back, and all my charging from my DeWalt stuff is sitting right there. So nice. And guys, that is going to do it for part 2 of the garage remodel. We'll be back with part 3 very, very soon. And I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I never have these in my house. So gnarly. Ugh. Gotta get it before it crawls under the fridge. Gross. Okay, my friend, he says I don't give a F, but...
I don't give a F.
But here, buddy, here's an F.
Okay.
I gave it to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. It is a beautiful but chilly day in Florida, and we can see the alligators out there chilling out in the pond right there. And today, our main focus is this room over here. Guys, we are over here on the side, and the neighbor's dog is barking at me like crazy, but I am opening up this area for you. You can hear the dog going crazy. And here we are in the new shed to talk about plans for this room. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I hope you're having a great day today, and I'm so happy that you joined me to take a look at what we're going to do out in the shed, which is now becoming my studio. We have run out of places to record here. I need a bigger space with lighting and microphones and everything, and I cannot do that in my current master bedroom, which you are seeing right behind me here. Now, taking a look on the screen here, just pretend that this window isn't here. I found this rectangle PNG online, but picture inside the shed. This would be where the large door is, and when you walk through the front door, which would be right here, this would be the back wall up against the house. So basically right here we have the house wall, and I don't know why it did that. Struggling. Okay, so this one we want to transform this to make it bigger. So let's just put that right there. It just kind of shows us what we're dealing with here. This would be the wall that you look at when you walk into the shed. And we have options here for this wall or this other wall, which you can't see in this picture here, but my thoughts are this. Get to my clip art page. So I'm thinking this. So I know this isn't going to be correctly perspective because they're actually not facing the correct way. But imagine if this TV was facing this way instead of being I might be able to skew it that way. Let's see. Not sure if I can make this actually look right. That's kind of fine. Yeah, that's perfect. So imagine this TV facing forward. Let's duplicate that. And drag. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. What did I do? Okay. That's not working. Keeps going back to the other. Won't let me drag the television. So let's just delete that layer. Try it again. It is not letting me drag that. There it goes, finally. It was acting really dumb. It was always going back to the other one. Let's see, it keeps doing it now. Ah, the stupid thing. Alright, fine. Won't let me drag that one no matter what I do. Okay, so after that frustrating, you can see where we have the two TVs. They'll actually be spaced out more than that. They're actually smaller. Let's see, transform, scale. This is just a rough estimation. And we'll do the same thing here. Edit, transform, and scale. It's going to be more like that on the wall, even though they are 50-inch TVs. And then I'm thinking like Govee lights in the center here. Like, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Govee lights, LED. I'm thinking like some of these panels. Like one right in the center. Let me save that. See if there's any way I can put that on the wall here, but I'm thinking right in the middle there would look cool. Like right in here. Somewhere in there on the wall. Of course, you can't tell by perspective what it's going to look like, but something like that, and then both of the TVs with the Govee immersive lighting here. So that looks like this. If I can get my... All right, so the Govee TV lighting right here behind both TVs with the little camera, and basically like I have in the bedroom, and it will basically follow the pattern on the TV. So one of those for each television. So those would be behind there. So we would have, I cannot do anything here. It will not let me. Govee TV light. And edit, transform, scale. And duplicate that if it'll not freak out. And let me actually move it. Okay, cool. So that's the one wall there as you walk in and you're looking straight ahead, and I would have a desk right here. Apparently, if I could find one here, let's look for one. Desk PNG. This might work because it's kind of perspective. Let's see. Okay, wrong place. Clip art. All right, so here's our desk. Let's take a look at that in clip art. Desk. Found it. We'll have to flip this around. So edit, transform, rotate 180. Nope, that's not it. Undo. Edit, transform, rotate clockwise. No. Flip. Edit, transform, flip, horizontal. Yep. All right. Again, not going to be perfect, but I'm thinking desk here. And desk here, and that would make up that part of the room, and then we could actually shoot on this part of the room. Let's save this. So let's do projects, and let's make a new folder here for it. New studio. And we'll go in here, and I didn't even save it in the right place. File, save as. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. All right, so that's actually the first wall. So remember, this is the big door right here. I don't know if I can draw it. Let's see. How do I draw? Oh well, you guys get the picture. Picture the big door here, and let's do file new. Get our room in here again, and this time we are going to switch it around. So let's pretend like this is the door. So let me see if I have a door PNG file. I don't have one. Let's grab one real quick. Perfect, if we can actually get this one without signing up. I don't think we can, but let's try it. Free download, nope. These guys want you to subscribe, and I am not putting my name in there. Just need a regular door, no big deal. Let's see. Perfect. Download. Did it not download? It's tricky, man, finding out the right. There it goes. You never know which one is the right button to actually download. All right, so there's our door. And it would be on this wall here. And let's see if we can skew it. Just like that. Perfect. So there's our door entering into the shed, our small door. Forget these windows, they are not there. Let's do this. Let's layer merge visible. Let's take a little section here. Actually, we can do a section here. Copy. And paste. And move it. Layer. And then let's edit paste again. Paste. And move it. Wait, what happened? Edit. Paste. Move it. Dude, Photoshop is being dumb right now. Promise it's not me. Alright, so let's merge that down. Now we don't have our windows. Pretty cool, huh? Alright, so I'm thinking on this wall, maybe is where we actually do shoots. So we would have a TV here. With Govee lighting behind it. Got to make it kind of the same shape as the, or the skew as the wall. All right, so my recording got cut off right in the middle of designing, but here is the finished product here of that wall. And then of course this wall where the door is will not have anything on it except just be drywalled and maybe some lighting, like some regular lighting. I'm not sure yet. Maybe some wall sconces since I have the ability to do power before I do anything else. But yeah, now let's go back out into the shed and take a look at what's going on in there. All right, guys, we are out here in the new room built on the side of the house, which originally was going to be a shed, but I have decided to make this into my office and our new studio. And I do have a plan for this, guys, and that is that we are going to insulate, drywall, and then make this into a actual room. So our plan is right here. There's a 2x4 up there running the top. We will put another one at the bottom and then run studs up and down so that there is something for the drywall to attach to. You have to have that. Not sure what we're going to do here about this outlet. Hopefully we can just leave it where it is and maybe even run another run down here so we have power all the way down this wall. We will also be putting in either 2 or 3 50-inch TVs in here, and that will be for work and for the channel to make some video stuff out here. And then we will light this very well and remove this hose and cap that off, most likely, since we don't need it anymore. That is the current plan. Now, so what we're gonna do here is we will be drywalling everything. Hopefully we don't have issues with water coming in anymore. I did have problems, but I got gutters installed. You guys have not seen that. but I did get gutters right here, and they drop right here, and that pulls the water away from the shed where it was leaking in here, because the guy who built my shed, I told him not to, but he built it directly on the ground. Now, this door needs weather stripping around it, all the way around it, so that it is sealed up completely. I don't know how exactly I'm going to do that yet. I really wish the door wasn't here now. The original plan was to park the golf cart in here. That is no longer the plan. It will stay in the garage. But yeah, so something to the effect of 50-inch televisions on this wall, maybe 2 here, like 1 here and 1 here, and then maybe over here is where we actually shoot. So we would have a desk here in the corner, and we would shoot right up against that wall, and maybe we have a smaller television right there, like a 40-inch or something for the studio, and then lights up here. Even these lights are awesome in here, but we need more for shooting. So that is the current plan. We will go take a look at the design, and I really hope that we can get the foam insulation in here, but I don't know what that would cost. Probably a good amount, maybe $1,000 is what I'm thinking, maybe less. It's about 150 square feet room. And that's it so far. Now we just got to kind of figure out how we're going to do it, and all the wiring and everything we're going to need. We do probably want to get Cat 5 in here, or Cat 6, and run up, and we can't go into the house up there because we're up against the gutters. So what we'll have to do is put a conduit right there on the corner, and then just right up into the soffits over there and pull all the wiring through. Gonna suck because it's hard to get to, but that's just kind of what it is. Kind of want a big Supercar Street Racing logo out here. I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but I'm still looking into it. Fortunately, I did all the power ahead of time except for just this wall. I will have to run power on this wall on the outside, and then up to the televisions. And also we will have lights on the wall, so those will need power as well, so I'll be running those outlets as well. Still got to look into what kind of lighting I want to do. I do like those hexagon lights for the roof, like those hexagon light pattern lights would look awesome on the ceiling, although we don't have a very tall ceiling in here. And actually over here I can almost touch it, but it gets higher over here, which I like. But I'm thinking a desk here to work, like regular work desk for work stuff, and then that corner for shooting, or opposite, work desk over here and shooting over here in this corner, or on this wall would also be amazing for shooting, and we could put 150-inch TV right there. But that's the plan so far, guys. Thanks